Right, so we're good to go here. Do you have your audio on? Okay. All right, so we're set to start here. Okay, so it's 1 p.m. This is a regular meeting of the Lake County Board of County Commissioners. The date is February 23rd, 2022. We have quite a long agenda today, but we'll go ahead and get started. So if you'll all please turn off your cell phones, we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Okay. So I will look for an approval of the agenda or any revisions that need to be made to the agenda today.
I was just gonna offer to move item 9 up into the top of the agenda with some other housekeeping things, and then
Can we move item 9 up to item 5 so that human services can go together?
Looks like Janeth has joined us on Zoom. Item 9 to item 5. Yes.
It looks like we had some new information come to light, and it looks like we're probably going to need to carry over the SBI contract.
Okay, so remove.
That informs your.
Okay.
We can take that off the agenda then? Oh, okay,
All
so
right.
we'll remove number 3, we'll move 9 to following number 4. Chris, the Shum Coda contract that we needed legal review on, we approved it pending. Okay, so we can remove that from the agenda as well.
Remove it?
Yeah,
Because I think it was approved.
it was approved pending final legal
Oh.
review.
Yep. Okay. That was. Okay.
Okay, it's just gone.
That will remove.
Okay.
FCI is tabled, and then move 9 to that place.
Yeah, and then we'll join us. Okay, so is there any further revision to the agenda?
No.
Okay, so I will look for a motion to approve the agenda with the appropriate revisions.
So moved?
Okay, any further discussion?
No.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
I'll put those in.
awesome. All right, so we will move on to community informational items. Commissioner Fiedler?
None for me, but a full work on this.
Sounds good. Commissioner Mudge?
Nothing from me right now.
Okay. I think I just wanted to quickly make an announcement that we have moved forward with hiring a housing director, and so we're really excited for her to start with us. We're confident in her abilities to learn her role and move our housing directives forward. So thank you for your work on that. We appreciate it, everyone, and we're excited about what the future holds with housing. Any commissioner clarifications, Commissioner Fiedler or Commissioner Mudge?
I have none. Thank you.
Okay, sounds great. So our next item is public comments on items not on the agenda. We have a few folks with us today in the meeting room, but I believe that they may be here for the pool discussion. If you're not here for the pool discussion and would like to give a public comment, please raise your hand and we will accept your public comments. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. And we do ask that your comments are respectful and remind you that it's not necessarily an opportunity for engagement with the board. But just to bring information forward, and then the board will act accordingly. So if there's anybody in the room that might have a public comment for an item that's not already listed on the agenda, if you'll raise your hands and we'll get to you. Okay. All right, so looking at Zoom, oh, yes, you're good. So looking at Zoom, it looks like we have one public comment for an item that is not listed on the agenda. So if you will, we'll start with Leslie. So if you will unmute yourself, state your name, and then go ahead and give us your comment. We'll time you for 3 minutes. So Leslie, if you'd like to start.
Sorry, I'm technically challenged today. I'm Leslie Mastriani and I'm a planner with SCED. I've been on board for a little over a month, and I'm in Colorado, snowed in without internet, so that's why I'm on my phone and but I just wanted to introduce myself and let you know that I'm available to Lake County and Leadville, of course, and the rural areas to help you look at grant resources that are available, both federal and state, local. I come to SCED with about 30 years of grant writing experience, grant administration, resource development, community development stuff. I come to you from South Dakota, where I worked for a similar organization. And when I left at the end of 2021, we had, as of the date I left, I had brought in over $172 million in funding for a 6-county area, which includes Sioux Falls, which is pretty metro. But my emphasis has always been, or my focus has always been on the more rural areas where I work. Understanding that the more urban areas, and I'll use Pueblo as an example, they have a lot of resources, staff at their fingertips, whereas the more rural areas don't necessarily have that. And so I'm available to help you think of me as a staff member, bounce ideas off of me. I do have a copy of the SEDS, and so I know from that document where your county priorities lie, but you're certainly not bound by that SEDS in reaching out to me. I think I can email my contact information, which I hope you have, and it's also on the SCED website. So please don't ever hesitate to reach out, and I'm here to help you and the residents of Lake County.
Thank you so much.
And sorry, if I could jump in real quick. One of the next things that we wanted to do at SCED was to engage with the special districts, so water and wastewater special districts. And so we're hoping to set that up here in the near future to get Leslie, because she is a grant writer and access to those grants. So we'll be working with the commissioners to hopefully set up that meeting. So I just wanted to throw that in there.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Leslie, for your comment. We do appreciate it, and it's very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Leslie.
Yes, and when the weather is nice, aka when there isn't snow and I can get out of the driveway of the Airbnb I'm at, I am looking forward to landing my feet in Leadville and in Lake County, and I hear it's probably heaven on earth, the most beautiful area in the world. So don't be surprised if sometime, later spring, early summer, I don't pop in and say hello. But in the meantime, let me know if you need anything.
Great.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Leslie. Michael Yerman, did you have any public comment that you wanted to add? I don't think he has anything. Okay. If there's anyone else, oh, sorry, go ahead, Michael.
Sorry. No, I'm good. And I'm on my cell phone and I just dropped it in snow. So, but thank you very much for letting Leslie introduce herself.
Thanks. Is there anybody else on the call with us today that has a public comment that they'd like to make? Okay. All right, so seeing none, we will move on into the new business portion of our agenda today. Up first in new business is an update from Janeth from Senator Hickenlooper's office. So if you'd like to go ahead and unmute yourself and you can give us an update.
Hi everyone, Janeth here with Senator Hickenlooper's office. Thank you for having me. I just really wanted to give a general update and check in and get to hear from you on what's happening in Lake County, anything that you'd also like to highlight for our office. Or, you know, as I share my update, if any questions come up and I can get back to you. That's also a lot of what I do. So one very first thing I want to say is I know that with Lake County we've been talking about a CDS request that you submitted for your Justice Center, and what I want to say about CDS requests and the appropriations bill is that they're attached to the budget resolution, and the new date that we have for the budget resolution is March 11th. So what's happened is originally the date was obviously December of 2021, and then that was extended to February 18th, and now it's been extended to March 11th. We're monitoring it closely, but that's really the update that I have there. I know it's important for Lake to know what's happening with that, so I wanted to start off with that. The other piece that I want to share today is really on the infrastructure, the bipartisan infrastructure bill, because there's a lot of funds that are going to be coming to the state, and the senator was heavily involved in that process. He was one of the 10 Democrats. There were 20 senators overall that came together to write the legislation, and it was 10 Democrats, 10 Republicans, and he was one of the 10 Democrats that helped draft it. It's the biggest investment in our infrastructure since the New Deal. So we're pretty proud of that accomplishment, but also it's huge. It's a lot of money. It's complicated. We still don't know everything. So I want to share a little bit about some of the grants that we know are available within the legislation, but also I'm happy to take your questions as well and be able to get back to you with more information. So I'll start off with that. In regards to broadband, there's what we know is that the funding is going to come through the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Commerce, and the FCC. And there's different grants under those three departments. And so for commerce, there's under the commerce programs, there's a grant for $42 billion that is called Broadband Equity Access and Deployment. There is a competitive grants program that includes a digital equity competitive grant program for $1.25 billion and a middle mile grant program for $1 billion. Under the USDA programs, there is $1.2 billion for a program called Reconnect and $74 million for a rural broadband program. Under the FCC, there's the Affordable Connectivity Fund, and that's $14.2 billion for broadband. There's also funding in the bipartisan infrastructure bill for Western water infrastructure. There's $1 billion for water recycling and reuse projects. There's $3.2 billion for aging infrastructure. There's $300 million for the drought contingency plan, which provides funding for projects in the Colorado River Basin to address drought and water scarcity. And $250 million of this is for the lower basin states, and $50 million for the upper basin states. So that's important for us in Colorado, wanting to share that piece. There's $500 million for dam safety projects, $1.15 billion for water shortage and underground water storage projects, $50 million for the Colorado River fish species recovery programs. So that's some of the water funds. Under the Department of Transportation, I know that there's going to be $4 billion over the next 5 years in federal highway formula funding for highways and bridges. There's 33 million in funding for highway safety traffic programs, 4.6 billion for rural programs, and 7.3 billion for the Protect Formula program. So I'll pause there and take any questions or comments in regards to that piece.
Do you have any?
Okay. And if not, then I'll.
I don't think I have any questions either.
Okay.
Janeth, is there an opportunity for us to see if the public has any questions for you or Tim?
Sure. Yes, I can definitely take questions.
Sure. Does anybody have any questions for our representative from Senator Hickenlooper's office today? Yeah.
Hi, Janeth. My name's Jane Harrelson, and I'm on a swimming pool committee because our swimming pool's been shut down for over a year, and we're trying to figure out ways to reopen it and find money. Any of those infrastructure grants, you think there'll be, you know, is it a possibility that groups like us, nonprofit groups, can apply for money to get the HVAC, ADA compliance, and the swimming pool itself? Are there any funds available for our aging infrastructure? Our pool was built in 1974, and it has been loved to death over the last almost 50 years.
I want to say, you know, I don't know whether the answer to that is exactly a yes or no. So I don't want to give a direct answer, but what I can do is follow up with you offline, get a little bit more information and see if I can dig into the question and get a more concrete answer for you. Is there, I know we don't have the chat option, but what's the best way of me that I could follow up with you?
Can I send an email to introduce you to one another, and then that way you'll have each other's communication information?
Yeah.
Would that be appropriate?
Yes.
Yeah, great. Is there anything else for Janeth while we have her on the line today? Okay. Thank you for taking the time to connect with us. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Please reach out if anything comes up. And I'm always available. Talk to you soon.
We are making progress towards the acquisition of the Justice Center site.
Oh, good.
And also engaging in opioid settlement and arranging and exploring other programs for prevention, as well as justice process efficiencies. So it's really exciting to have a couple other avenues and conversations happening across the region. So we are at the table.
Well, that's great. Thank you for highlighting that. I just remembered one more thing I like to share, because I know that you have a lot of folks that work in the seasonal industry, and wanted to highlight that Senator Hickenlooper and Senator Bennett joined a bipartisan group of senators to urge the Department of Labor and Homeland Security to release the maximum number of H-2B visas for fiscal year 2022. So for this year. And that really is, if the effort is successful, it's going to help address the seasonal labor shortage and support Colorado businesses in the spring and the summer, which I know, hopefully, you know, you'll benefit from that if it happens. So.
Very good.
Thank you. Jeff, do you have
Thank you.
anything else?
I mean, just to say thanks for keeping on top of the budget process and keeping our, you know, the Justice Center, you know, in the running for that. But it's, you know, top priority for us to get that moving forward, and that'll be a huge part of pulling the funding together for it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, so we'll move on.
Can I?
Go ahead.
I'm so sorry to
No, it's
interrupt,
okay.
but I know Max Forgensi is here to talk to us, item 6, but he does have a time
Okay,
restraint. So I wondered if we could kind of hear from him next.
I think that's fine.
Right.
Max, if you'd like to come up, you're more than welcome to.
Sure. Time to, so I get to sit down here at the dais with you. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. I'm gonna only take 5 minutes or less. My name is Max Forgensi. I live at 316 West High Street. I'm also 20 years city council member, and I'm here today to talk about the County Trails Coalition. And so that's why I'm here today. Thank you for having me. Thank you for the county commissioners for this opportunity. And I just want to say just really quickly, we're getting increased use everywhere, and that's not only on our private, throughout the county, national forest lands, state lands, and then of course the east side and that mixed ownership as well. And there is increasing conflict that potentially is occurring, and I'm talking specifically on the east side right now. Yes.
Can you mute your audio and Jeff start his audio? Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, and you want to use also.
Yep. Got it.
Okay.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, great. And so first of all, I know that there's already an existing Trails Coalition right now, and that's led by an individual, Sterling Mudge from the Cloud City Wheelers. But that said, I'm coming before you today as a concerned citizen and also as a city council member to perhaps ask if there could be a slight change, or at least for you to consider a slight change to the organizational structure of that. And the rationale behind this is, well, first of all, let me make the intent. We need a facilitator at these meetings that is non-biased or at least is not affiliated with any single one organization. And the reason why I say that is as much as Sterling has done a great job for this community, he wears the Cloud City Wheelers hat. And I believe that brings animosity to other user groups, as much as Cloud City Wheelers and everybody else in that program has done everything for both motorized and non-motorized for as long as they've been there. But it's just the thought and the optics behind it. And I do feel that there could be an opportunity to bring more people to that Trails Coalition and draw from everybody's positive benefits and attributes if we were to have somebody in that facilitator role that does not have any bias or perceived bias when it comes to it. I've talked to Sterling about this. I know he's been trying to shed this this role of his in the Trails Coalition, and I just feel that at this point, perhaps that's something to look at. And if there's anything I can do to assist you further, but I just want to kind of just introduce the concept. And the last piece that I'll make before taking off is this happened, and I know we're not Moab, but this happened in Moab over 20 years ago, where they had to come together as a group. They created a what was called the Grand County Trail Mix, and that trail mix brought together all types of users, from motorized and non-motorized, hikers, bikers, jeepers, razor people, and then also your wintertime uses as well. And that's in Moab. So everybody had a fair seat at the table by user group. And on top of that, that Trails Coalition had representation from the county, representation from some of those federal entities like the Forest Service, the Park Service. And what they were able to do in over, in under 20 years is create an amazing trail network. They adopted a master development plan for their county that was adopted by all the federal agencies involved. And then that group, that diverse group, identified what priorities to work on, which was both motorized, winter, summer, non-motorized, all interspersed, but they agreed to how to move it. And then they pooled their resources to move forward. And in that time, they, for one of their superlatives is they put over 170 miles of new single track on on the ground outside of Moab. And so I'm not saying that that's what we're looking for here. And I'm not saying that we're looking to be the next Moab. I don't think that's possible. But what I do feel is that we have an opportunity to collaborate in a different way and bring in perhaps somebody that is a facilitator into that role, and then inform you as the Board of County Commissioners as like that group, that working group, to help you with some of those decisions that you have in the future as well. That's why I came in front of you today.
Okay. Wonderful.
I
Go ahead, Jeff.
had a couple questions left to take a huge amount of time. I know I was just curious, I having not been to a Trails Coalition meeting, does it currently have members sort of across different user groups, especially sort of, I think the motorized, non-motorized is one schism, potential schism. So I was just curious, like what the sort of current membership looks like, and if some of the work would need to be outreach to sort of get all the user groups, coming to the same meeting.
I believe that there is some representation. I just don't know if there is an actual, like, an ideal organization that's been identified for that Trails Coalition. I know that there is representation from both motorized and non-motorized, but like, we truly need to identify those seats and how the organization works.
Yeah.
To help us, because guess what? People are coming here, and we need to figure out how to prioritize our limited resources.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Well, Jeff,
No,
a couple.
go ahead. No, I'm
I was going to say that the Trails Coalition actually kind of was born out of the LaCosi group, Lake County Open Space Initiative, and followed the master trails plan that we do have in place that is a little obsolete. Although I'm sure a lot of it is still relevant, but there are different social and environmental kind of climate considerations today. And yeah, the initial kind of organization of that came out of potentially looking into a revised Trails Master Plan, which incorporated all users. And I think it's a great idea to prioritize this. And I'm thinking out loud that this would be a great thing also to bring to LaCosi, and that as a, though less organized, no board members, that is but like talk through what the makeup of the Trails Coalition should be to be most effective to meet which goals that we kind of need to itemize and start listing between the city and county. Yeah.
Just the next version is all. I mean, there's been
great.
so much great work that's already been done. Everybody can, I feel we're so fortunate to have what we have right now in Lake County. And it's time, I think, just a little next version, 10.0 or wherever we are in the version category.
Well, and our intention, we've talked about getting some level of facilitation through just community conversations in the OHV aspect right now, like that challenge of the ordinance we have in place and developing a special use permit. So that is, I think we are very open to the concept of inviting someone in to facilitate that conversation and create that engagement. And I don't know whether this person would be this. We don't have one person identified or engaged yet. Do you have any suggestions on individuals or folks to reach out to?
No, I don't. But I do feel that perhaps going to the next meeting with the Trails Coalition, I'm certain with those folks involved, they may have some other opportunities, because they already have the organization. It's just kind of making it so instead of somebody that represents an organization as the presiding person, they still have a seat at the table. We have to find that void for the facilitator in the middle, whoever that is, or whoever they are. That's at least my recommendation to the BOCC.
Yeah.
As we're getting a little bit more complicated out there.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And just to clarify, like the Wheelers Sterling doesn't do that as a Wheelers member, but the perception of that is not helpful to the conversation and really making sure we hit all aspects of community values.
And like I said, I think it's more of an optics than
Yep.
like the actuality, and that's what we have to do. So that's why I'm coming here today. Thank you very much for letting me skip ahead
Yeah,
from my normal
thank you.
job. I gotta go.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you, Matt.
Max.
Cheers.
Appreciate you highlighting that.
Okay,
I'll bring it up at the next Lacoste meeting.
Thank you.
thanks. All right, so we will move into number 2, which is the revision to the annual resolution to update Board of Review members and terms. Sarah, I think you have the copy of the final 2022 resolution, correct?
Sarah, do you want to take back audio?
Yep.
Okay.
Sorry, let me pull up this document though. Did not have that keyed up.
And can you assist us in filling in the terms?
So the gap for me was the previous 2021 that had because we can technically review 3-year terms for the members.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, if you want to fill it, that'd be fine.
I just I know I had asked if you look at that 21 resolution just because those have the existing members.
Sure. I have Board of Adjustments or Review?
Review.
Board of Review, okay. Carly Benny had a 3-year term, expired 12/31/2022.
Okay, so recording has been renewed, right?
Yes, reporting has been removed.
Cameron Millard is also 2022.
Okay.
And so the other 3, Luke, Ethan, and Hope, were 12/31/2021. They were all in the same cycle, it looks like.
So we stated Ruth, Hope, and Ethan.
And we added Matt Bullock
And
as,
I wrote that their 3-year term as an alternate. So Charlie's would stand, Cameron's would stand, and Luke, Cameron, and Hope would their term, their 3-year terms would start this year in 2022. So it took them until and same with that.
Well, it would be end of 2/25, end of 2024.
so December 31st, 2024.
Yeah, I'm just pulling up the Word document now.
No, that's okay.
And then, so we will, next year we'll have Charlie and Cameron. Or basically this year.
About that, 2024.
Cindy, would you happen to have an updated resolution number for this?
And then Matt Bullock, sorry, is the next, was the alternate? Okay. Alternate. There's 12/31.
2024.
Right.
All right.
We'll move in 2022. Okay. So with those additions,
Thank you, Anne.
that was our only update here.
Yep. Everything
Okay.
else has been updated.
I don't know what resolution number this would be, but I'll make a motion to approve a revised version to include accurate terms of the Board of Review for our annual board resolution for positions and appointments, which would be an amendment to Resolution 2202 with whatever the appropriate number might be. Cindy, please enter when we figure that out.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, any further discussion?
No.
Just clarification for me. So this will be a new resolution with a new number and that resolution is the amendment or
It'll
it is an
supersede
amended
that.
version or going to, okay.
Yeah, and it just has the updated board of review members.
Yeah.
We had to
Yeah,
go back and pull previous resolutions to make
Yeah.
sure that the makeup was complete. Okay, anything further? No?
Nothing for me.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. So we'll move on to number 3, which is the IoT strategic planning contract consideration. And I will ask Janine McGee, our Director of Human Services, to give us an update.
Hello, this is Janine. I am just noticing, first of all, that I think we have a duplicate item on there. One further down, the contract with Advancing Dynamics
Okay.
is the same.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
yeah. So this is a contract to do strategic planning for wraparound, which is a requirement of our funding. And Advancing Dynamic Solutions has, we've met with them and they have offered to do it, and it falls under the procurement dollar amount. So it's under 7,500. So we didn't do an RFP, and this would be for a session with our interagency oversight group to do the required strategic planning.
Okay. Janine, can you break down the funding that will pay for the strategic planning, the state county split, or if there is any?
Yeah, this is 100% grant funding. Yeah.
Perfect. Great. I don't have any questions on this. Oh, I do actually have one. How often are you required to do the strategic planning for the wraparound program?
Every 2 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Janine, do you have anything that you can highlight and project that might be some new areas that DHS will discover or focus on?
In the strategic planning?
Yep.
Yeah, what we tend to focus on in these sessions are gaps that are showing up in the community and how to address those gaps. For example, in past years, we identified homeless youth as a population that were in particular need of services. And then we were able to do some work, following up and secure specific funding for homeless youth. And this would be youth that were unaccompanied by their parents, so that were couch surfing or staying with friends, or sort of informally staying with family members, but were and that could go up to age 21. And then other times we identified the need for crisis services. That's how some of the work with Solvista came out. I think this year we'll focus on kind of that continual need for crisis services, and then also potentially some case coordination, particularly for youth when they are going into hospital holds or 48-hour holds, sort of what that case coordination looks like for the family members and particularly the parents, and particularly if they're Spanish-speaking families, because they often don't know what's going on. The other thing that could come up is that we are seeing an increased number of Spanish-speaking families needing services. So it could be services in the community and language access and what that looks like. Those are just some ideas that could potentially be addressed in that session.
And Janine, wraparound really relates to families and youth, correct?
Right. Wraparound population is 0 to 21. Correct.
Yep. Do you think that this process might shed some light on other areas that we'll have to follow up with some other potential organizing or conversations around filling parallel gaps?
You mean for different populations?
Mm-hmm.
folks. I do think we do address and talk about mental health services in general in our community, because that's a key component of what we're offering in wraparound as connection to behavioral health services as one of the components. So definitely talking about access to mental health services, crisis services. I think one of the other areas that this conversation about which populations are getting served and which ones are sort of not getting the same level of services, or there's more challenges at this time accessing services, are in the homeless coalition, actually like the homeless subgroup of the housing coalition, I should say. Gloria Perez, the supervisor in wraparound, mentioned yesterday that as they are talking through that work on sort of the homeless subcommittee, they're having to really identify populations, because there are resources for some populations and not resources for others around housing in our community as well. So that definitely expands to other areas in many capacities, case management, care coordination, but also, transportation and just team case coordination. We have funding and we have the capacity and staff resources to focus on that when it comes to youth, predominantly because the focus with youth is geared toward prevention, meaning prevention of entrance into the juvenile detention or criminal or child welfare systems. And that's what the funding has been for. And then there is some funding for senior work with seniors, but much less than for youth. So definitely I would say there's sort of a need to continue to evaluate who's not getting served and how we can continue to advocate for that and get funding for that.
Yeah, Janine, I think it's really important for the board, both city and county, like to hear from you and DHS and wraparound and what you discover and help us as we move towards new housing initiatives. We can't forget to highlight and also prioritize existing housing conditions for our families and the other age of population that have some serious gaps. So would definitely appreciate and invite the conversation and the download to the board anytime and often, please.
Yeah, happy to do that.
Thank you.
All right. I don't feel like I have any other questions for you, Janine. Thank you for joining us today. Commissioner Peter, do you have any other questions for Janine?
No, not for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Janine. We really appreciate it. So I will entertain a motion at this point for the agreement for services between Lake County Human Services and Advanced Dynamic Solutions for the IOG strategic planning.
I'll move to approve that engagement with the DHS and Advanced Dynamic Solutions.
I'll second.
Okay, any further discussion?
Not for me.
No, thank
All
you.
Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. Moving on, statement of motion and official action record for backcountry zoning.
Well, sorry, we did
Oh, sorry.
We did have a duplicate, but then we don't want to skip over item 5.
I'm not trying to skip. Sorry. Okay, I'm backing up, retracting that. We're going to move into Bill to Generation Appendix A and Amendment 3 to County MOU for services and financial accounting. So Noah Sostin from Bill to Generation is with us today. So Noah, if you want to just give us a quick download, and we'll make a consideration of the request.
Great, thank you. So like we talked about in the work session a couple of weeks ago, this is just an annual update to the MOU that the county has with Build a Generation, where we update the grants that are currently held by the county that are being implemented by Build a Generation. So this year there are 2, and that's our STEP tobacco work for $36,869, and the housing coalition funding also from CDPHE for $200,000. So I think this is an appendix that gets amended annually, and There's nothing new. We continue to take projects off this list. And just I have a quick update for y'all. Since our last conversation, I did reach out to the state to see if we could, if Build a Generation could receive payments directly for invoicing on this project. And they said, because the contract is with Lake County Commissioners, we can't get paid as a separate entity, but what we could do is terminate the agreement with the county and reassign the contract to Build a Generation. It seems like it's a multi-step process that will take several months. So I think it's still good for us to get this in place. I asked a couple questions just to make sure that like terminating a contract wouldn't hurt the county in the future when applying to CDPHE for funds, and that starting these conversations wouldn't hurt anybody unintentionally, where the contract gets terminated but it doesn't get reassigned, or there's some lapse in funding for a couple months while it all gets worked out. And I was assured that none of those things would happen. So it sounds like the next step is for CDPHE to have an internal meeting and see if it's even a possibility, and then we'll all three sit down and make sure that it's mutually amenable to do that. But for now, I think things will stay the same, at least for the next several months.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for Noah on the amendment? Again, there's nothing inside the actual amendment or the MOU that has been changed. It's just an appendix to the MOU with the updated financial information for the projects they're currently doing.
Not for me. I think we had a good discussion at the work session. So.
Okay.
Yeah. The easement discussion, we also had, do we have a response perhaps from, no? Okay.
Jordan is out of the office, but he has an email waiting for him when he gets back in, and I'll keep y'all up to date on that when I hear back.
Great.
Thanks, Noah.
Thank you, Noah.
Of course. Can I ask an ignorant question?
Sure.
Sorry, I guess you have to vote on it first. I'll wait for you to vote.
Sure. So I'll entertain a motion at this point for the appendix to the MOU with Build a Generation.
I'll move to approve the Build Generation Appendix A amendment with our MOU with them to update their financial accounting.
I'll second.
All right, any further discussion?
None for me.
All right, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Noah, you have a follow-up question?
Just logistically, so there's a line for the board chair, which is you, Kayla, and then a line for our Build a Generation board treasurer. Should I have her sign and then bring that signed copy to the courthouse, and then you can sign and record it?
Yeah, I think that would work best, Noah, if you
Okay.
can get that signature first and then bring it to us, and then we'll get that recorded and taken care of for you.
Great, I will do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll move on to number 7, which is a statement of motion and official action record for backcountry zoning. And if you would like to come up, please. Jeff, you can move whatever you need to. Well, I'm not. Sorry. I have plenty of space to share with you. Okay.
Jeff, do you want to
Yeah.
do the? Oh, yeah.
Okay. Jamie, can you hear us? Can you type in the chat if you can hear us? Bless you. Great. All right. Anne, if you would like to go for it.
Absolutely. This is a legislative application that's before the board today, brought forward by the Planning Commission. So typically on these files, I go ahead and read the statement of motion into the file. So Madam Chairman, would you like me to go ahead and just read in the statement of motion? Sure. And then certainly we can open it up for any discussion.
Yeah, so I think what we'll do is we'll take the statement of motion into the record.
Okay.
At that point, once it's been read into the record, then we'll see if we have any kind of discussion and go from there. So if you'll do that first, that'd be great.
Okay. This is a statement of motion on file number 21-32. At its February 7th, 2022 joint public hearing, the Lake County Planning Commission made, seconded, and approved by a roll call vote of 5 members in favor and 0 members in opposition. The following motion having been made by Bryce Ehrlich and seconded by Joey Edwards. I, Bryce Ehrlich, move the Planning Commission recommend approval of file 2132, the Land Development Code Amendment and Rezone Proposal to create section 4.2.12
BC Backcountry Zone District. Amend Table 4.1, amend Table 5.1, add use-specific standards 5.2.27, subsections 5.2.27.1 A through B, and 5.2.27.2 A through H. Add under Chapter 9 definitions and add use-specific standards 5.2.25 camping and accessory use camping on private property, item 12. Following the motion, an amendment to the motion was made, seconded, and approved by a roll call vote of 5 members in favor and 0 members in opposition. The following amendment to the motion having been made by Abby Dahlman and seconded by Howard Tritz. I, Abby Dahlman, move to amend the motion by changing the maximum allowable size for a single-family home from 900 square feet to 1,100 square feet, and further finding that pursuant to Section 3.8.9 and Section 3.13 of the Lake County Land Development Code, the following approval criteria are met. The proposed amendment is consistent with the goals, objectives, policies, and other provisions of the Lake County Comprehensive Plan and this code. B, the proposed amendment is necessary because of changing social values, new planning concepts, or other social or economic conditions. And C, the proposed amendment will promote the public health, safety, and general welfare. And lastly, D, the proposed rezoning is found by the Planning Commission to be consistent with the Lake County Comprehensive Plan.
All right, so what I'd like to do at this point is just, and if you can walk us through the process for backcountry zoning, kind of how the concept came to the Planning Commission and how we got to the point we're at now, and what the public process has been up to this point.
Super. So the Planning Commission has been working on this proposal for quite some time. What they identified was a desire to create a new zone district that identified the uniqueness of the boundary, and that largely these areas are areas that have access challenges, infrastructure challenges, and certain barriers to development. And they are currently zoned ag, forestry, and recreational. And the Planning Commission sees a conflict there between what is allowed in those uses and what those districts, what their density standards are, for instance, and things like within the recreational zoning and the ag forestry, things like a daycare facility are something that are conditionally allowed. That is directly in conflict with areas that lack any kind of emergency access at times and are also perhaps seasonal access. So there was a desire to create a zone district specific to these boundaries and to also create a process that looks at the environmental impacts to development in these areas. So one of those methods by which to keep in consistent with the intent of this new zone district was to create a maximum allowable size for single family homes. Knowing the barriers to single family homes in these areas, again, are access, inability to have year-round access, inability at times to be able to get financing or hazard insurance. Also the strain on resources to be supporting development in these backcountry areas. And as development pressure is increasing in Lake County, we have a statistic, there's only about 7.7% of developable land still available in Lake County. And with the rush on sales and the pressure is driving development into the backcountry. And so the Planning Commission felt like there is a call to action to address stewardship in these areas and promote conservation. They also, the proposal though, also carves out an opportunity for a modest use being introduced as a backcountry structure. Backcountry structures as well as single family homes will only be allowed through a public hearing process, through a site plan and construction review. which will look to address site-specific concerns as far as environmental impacts, wildlife habitats, preservation of wetlands, and environmentally sensitive attributes to each of these specific locations. So someone seeking to develop in these areas would have to go through a public hearing process to do a site plan review. That is an opportunity to look specifically at each site, engage with our environmental partners like the Forest Service, Parks and Wildlife, and any other, to look at avalanche areas, look at the geologic, some things to the geologic survey if need be. But it's a very vetted process, one that right now development in the backcountry or in ag, forestry, and recreational in these environmentally sensitive areas don't have this layer of codified requirement, and this regulation would bring that forward to take a closer look at each of these areas before development would be allowed. There's also a process built into the code to address non-compliance. There is a concern that when you allow a new use, you need to look at environmental impacts and unintended consequences of potential. This is intended to be a low density zoning. And so if you're going to introduce a new use, you need to think about carefully allowing new use. And so there is a process by which to address non-compliance a bit swifter than other areas of the code. And that is that if a structure, whether it be a backcountry structure or a single family home, it receives complaints or is not consistent with all of the standards that are required of the construction, then there is a revocation hearing by which they would be in jeopardy potentially of losing their occupancy until the situations on site could be cured. I think that there is a general concern that these are very sensitive areas and we want to be very mindful and intentional in allowing a new use. And so that is also addressed within the code proposal. Overall, the minor edit of increasing the single family home size was brought about from a lot of public input that we received. So this file was noticed in November. We had our first public town hall meeting where we wanted to engage with affected stakeholders and property owners to hear those questions. And so we did do a town hall meeting on December 13th, and then we've had that time forward to prepare for the public hearing and take comment from the public. We had approximately a 3-hour joint public hearing where the public had multiple opportunities to bring their concerns forward. And so one of the areas of concern that the Planning Commission heard and responded to was that 900 square feet on a single family home felt overly restrictive. And so they have amended the proposal to bump it up to 1,100 square feet. There is definitely room within this proposal to have additional efforts put into further incentivizing conservation. I can certainly talk about those, or we can kind of discuss those as part of our discussion today. So I think that generally covers the backcountry proposal. I think one other area that is important to address that was also identified is that the minimum lot size for any new parcels within the backcountry is a minimum of 35 acres. This is really essential. This is the most restrictive zone density that we have. Ag forestry, a minimum lot size is 5 acres. So 35 is really our lowest density standard that considers any kind of residential use. We also wanted to make sure that existing parcels wouldn't be subdividing, and we would have be in conflict when we're trying to create a conservation minded zone district and then allow for a lot of subdividing in the area, which, which could occur with a minimum lot size of say 3 acres. So 35, it really does stay with intent of the code and does address not allowing for small parcels and then a huge increase of these backcountry structures, that this new added use. So I think that's probably important to highlight.
Okay. I appreciate it. I'll start with Commissioner Mudge. You want to go first? Do you have any questions for staff?
I would love to kind of highlight all of my concerns and maybe an overview of my conversation with staff. I think that this is a really huge decision and one of the bigger ones that I've, felt very, well, I've struggled with, to be perfectly honest. I appreciate that overview, Anne, and I think the intent of kind of that land conservation and to reduce those impacts, I really appreciate that conversation and the change from that minimum lot size, the original proposed minimum lot size, to that 35 acres. As you say, it's the ability, should this move forward, the ability to, the current parcels in the zone now would be a non-conforming, right? And they would be allowed to take advantage of what is being proposed. But anything moving forward would have to be, say a 70 acres or less if you were even going to subdivide. So I appreciate that. I have, what is that? I don't know.
I think it's your speakers. I think it's our speakers.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you fixed it. Okay,
Sorry.
good.
We talked about impacts. That I think the top things that worry me, which I think we'll get into more of the conversation, are there are, and I don't know what the number is, but there are properties in this zone area inherently now under current zoning, and this proposed zoning that cannot do any, can likely are prohibited from having any building. And I think that it is, I worry about that intangible kind of management of, this inflated realty market that we're seeing. And I just don't want to make any decision that exacerbates that and drives our prices up and inadvertently kind of worsens our general housing and attainability scenario in the county. So that has also been a part of the conversation. I am eager for the Forest Service to finalize their motorized use mapping and planning, which is in the queue for this spring or summer. That will help incredibly in land use staff ability to educate landowners of what access they may or may not have. I want it to be extremely clear that the Forest Service has the authority and exercises that authority to not allow access to many parcels for various reasons. And it is a separate permitting process in and of itself that takes quite some time for folks to go through any kind of access should they get it. It's possible and likely that a lot of these places will need to kind of be very creative and bring materials in by hand potentially, which I know has happened and in kind of locals who steward that responsibility very well. And again, kind of just really worried about the kind of investors we might be seeing who are less educated or aware of all of those conditions to address. I feel pretty strongly, and maybe we can talk through too, that are, in our public works management of our county road systems needs to be much better documented and recorded as to which roads and when and what our authority is to do that, which we certainly have the authority to do that seasonally, and roads such as Weston Pass, as an example, County Road 7. There are places where we do not maintain those in the winter because it is impossible to fight nature. It's a hazard for our operators, and let alone anyone who might travel that roadway with any avalanche danger or just snow drifts and whatnot. So I really feel much more comfortable if we have that in place, or if we set a pretty tight goal to address that in this year. Let's see. I'll stop there. I do have some more things to touch on, but I will open it up to my fellow commissioners if they have any comments. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can hop in. Sarah, thanks. I mean, the everything you said makes a lot of sense of things. And one thing is just to comment on your comment on the sort of concern about development pressure that we're all seeing. I mean, to me, to my understanding and thinking through this, I agree with you. Like, it's a huge decision to do any kind of like a new zone district. But to me, it's sort of like the trade-off is that we are potentially allowing some parcels to make it easier for them to develop than might currently be the case because of all the things you get to do to put in a residential structure. But the trade-off is that you are limited in usage, sort of like calendar usage, and limited in like your square footage and other things, like what the structure looks like. So it's sort of maybe more, but smaller structures that have a lower impact on everything, like scenic impact on the landscape, potential impact on demands for county services there. And we say really clearly that you should not expect that.
Yeah.
So I'm not, I don't know, it wasn't like a counter argument. It was just sort of like my own thinking of that trade-off. And it seems to me that I'm not sure these parcels are really going to be a big part of like solving the housing problem or responding to pressure, right?
Yeah. No, yeah. And
Right.
I didn't mean to, and I think that actually I heard someone this morning at the coffee shop, the Herald article mentioned that this would be, and I didn't read the article, but that this might be a relief for housing. And I was like, oh no, no, that is not what this is.
Yeah. So there's definitely some trade-offs there, and I mean, to me, it's also been like, oh, like, do I want fewer larger structures in the backcountry, or like potentially more lower impact structures? And I don't think there's like a right answer there, but at least for me, I think I've gotten to a point of comfort of being like, yeah, I'm okay with more smaller structures. It almost seems like more equitable, like than like looking at some other counties where they've gone. It's been like, oh, you gotta be 35 acres and up, and then you can have a big large house.
Yeah.
It's like, well, it doesn't seem, I don't know, it doesn't seem like what Lake County is about necessarily. So I appreciate you raising that. I have other things.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, so maybe I guess one question, maybe one clarification. I think it's stated really clearly in all the background documents from staff, but so current IM parcels are not included in this rezoning. So we are not taking parcels in that status and making them suddenly eligible to have residential structures at all. Okay, great. Thank you.
Because it doesn't, the map does not encompass the east side of County
Yeah.
district either.
Okay. because I've heard that confusion also from
Yeah.
conversations in the coffee shop and
Yeah.
buzzing on Facebook. So,
And I think if you have a parcel that is split between two zones currently, you still have
Oh,
to
yeah.
have the 35 acres within the backcountry zone to be able to build on the backcountry zone.
So
Right?
no, that is so any existing parcels now, kind of what Sarah had alluded to. So in our, any new parcels that are created must be 35 acres. So if you
Okay.
have dual zoning, there are some parcels that are, part of them are in the IM zone district and part of them would be in the backcountry. And so only the portion that's in the backcountry, it would be allowed the use of the back. And
Okay.
in IM, all residential use is prohibited. So that
Okay.
part of the parcel could not be
Cannot be
developed.
developed on?
okay. Okay.
Do you have setbacks from the IM zone?
So it would actually, we would, if we have somebody that's dual zoned, we typically would get a survey to be able to determine what portion.
Okay,
And so then, and then they would just have the normal parcel boundary setbacks,
okay. Sorry, go ahead.
No.
Oh, no, that's,
I just, well, I was thinking,
Yeah.
it's okay.
which is
Um,
10 feet. It's
yeah.
10 feet.
yeah.
Okay.
In any like new zoning or rezoning, I think there's always a concern that current property owners will feel like there's been a limit on their use and value of their property and the takings claim. I just, a question to staff and possibly county attorney, have we, how much have we thought through that? And sort of how confident are we? I mean, we never know what people will claim, but how confident are we that we're on a safer side of that line of actually taking people's value?
Sure, I can speak to that just a little bit, and then certainly Chris can elaborate. So I think that guided this work, that we wanted to gently. So the one restriction that you're going to find on an allowed use is the limitation on the size of a single family home. Considering all the barriers that it is to create a single family home in these areas, it seemed reasonable. And typically, you don't want homes in these areas to be your primary home. It's not reasonable. You just can't, it has too many barriers to function as a primary home. So that's the most limiting factor, I think, but this code also allows for the introduction of a use. So at the heart of the work, it was gently going into being restrictive of the allowed residential use. And I think that Chris certainly weighed in on this and suggested, somebody would have to consider that we had rendered their property completely undevelopable. And that was never the intention of this work.
Yeah, no,
So-
that's for property owners, there's a really high burden to prove that there's been a taking. And as Andrew said, it essentially you have to show that you've rendered their property without value. The other thing too is it's a case-by-case basis. So just establishing the zone would not allow a determination that it is a taking. Each property owner that has those concerns would have to bring that forward, and it would have to be vetted. And so I've researched this extensively, and I think that right now, the way it's written is pretty solid ground that it won't qualify as a taking.
Okay.
And any other fellow commissioners have more follow-up on
Do
the
you-
takings legal question?
No, I think it's clear, and for what it is worth, spoke with Uray County that did a more restrictive requiring that 35 acre to compile 35 acres to get a trade credit, and then put covenants on, say you took several different properties, and to make up 35 acres, you would pick that one parcel, and then you would put a covenant on the rest of them to prohibit building on those parcels and at any point into the future. They did not, they did that 5 or 6 years ago, and surprisingly or not, they had no filings against them
Okay.
for whatever that is worth. So that's an additional, our consideration is in kind of the same light, but not as restrictive to require that combined 35 acres. Though that is something that I contemplated and just, for sake of discussion, wish we had kind of maybe revisited a few times in our process through talking about this with the planning commission. Just to remind, new planning commissioners, new board members, where we were at with that, and to revisit it so that, because for me and following pretty closely, it kind of resonated with me at the end of this process that maybe we should have looked at that harder. And just a note for staff and everyone, let's I mean, these huge decisions, I think we have to be careful and cognizant to kind of resurface like some past discussions, just so there's no surprises.
Absolutely.
And I know we try to do our best.
Right. But I do think that, so you bring up a great point too, in the fact that next steps, could be really intentional in incentivizing, and we've been talking about how to incentivize further conservation in these areas with a step 2. And being committed to looking at that step 2 as quickly as possible. Some great ideas that Commissioner Mota shared in the thought of incentivizing to come under a forest management plan with 40 acres, whereby you have a tax incentive of being able to realize ag status for tax purposes, and then potentially looking into density bonuses. So I think a commitment to looking at ways in these areas to further incentivizing conservation would be a great next step, and making sure that those things don't fall off, and that we make that commitment to moving forward as your staff, and as staff taking that back to the Planning Commission, and making sure that work is real intentional, and that we continue to have those discussions.
And I mean, I definitely share that interest, and I think, some tools either within the code or other tools, for incentivizing conservation, incentivizing public access. The URA stuff was really interesting they had some density or, structure size bonuses, for some of the, achieving some of those goals. So,
agreed. So if we were to add some of those incentives or follow-up processes, what does that look like, and what would the time frame be for staff and the Planning Commission to add those to this?
Certainly. So I think that your choices today in front of you are to approve with conditions, or deny. And so I think approving with a condition that there is a commitment to move forward with further incentivizing conservation in the backcountry would be a reasonable condition as a condition of approval. Also, just to kind of talk about something that I talked to the board about, and that is, and I think the Planning Commission fully agrees, a monitoring of with a standing monthly agenda item that staff reports back to the planning or to the board and Planning Commission with how backcountry is going. If we've had pre-application meetings, if we've had somebody submit for site plan, obviously those are going to be noticed meetings, and so you'll be well aware of those. But just to be reporting at least for the first year, and then at the discretion of the board, just to make sure that we're really monitoring this. This, as Sarah said, this is a significant change. This is the biggest rezone that Lake County has considered in any history that I can remember or that I'm aware of. So I think it's absolutely prudent to make sure that we aren't experiencing unintended consequences. And so I think making sure, maybe as a condition of consideration for approval, could be that there is a standing monthly update given to the board and the Planning Commission to let everyone know where we're at, and a check-in as a safety valve to make sure that the zoning is accomplishing the intent.
So what are some of the things, in my mind, some of the things that would be red flags, some kind of hit a threshold would be, the Forest Service reporting to us that people are scratching in access roads without permission, Public Works monitoring and reporting the same. I'm really concerned about that, and I don't understand. So if we're seeing that, then what then what will we do? Will we put a moratorium on even existing pending applications and future applications for a set time to revisit the actual proposal in front of us today? What do you anticipate?
Absolutely. I mean, a moratorium is always a tool to take some time to review the code and come up with potential remedies and to readdress. It's hard probably at this junction to come up with all of the unintended consequences because they may develop and they may, hopefully they won't, but that's a good example, Sarah. But absolutely, we would have the time to take a break, put a moratorium on and to not accept any further applications. I would have to defer to legal if we would have to process the ones I think we would that had already applied. But we would be able to have that safety valve in there if there was such a concern. Again, though, I would encourage you to have some reliance that this code is written for a real investment of a property owner. It is meant to educate, mitigate, and regulate these very sensitive areas. And so hopefully, we've done a good job, but absolutely, we need to have a plan in place to make sure that we're reporting back to the board and to the community that this zone district is working as intended with the ability to have tools to go back and mitigate any unintended consequences that might come forward.
Well, yeah, if I could add, I mean, a concern for me would be, I mean, I really like the idea of that sort of like monthly standing agenda item to sort of report on what we're seeing, but also, I mean, I'm concerned about our capacity to detect that stuff. I mean, and you had mentioned in your initial comments, well, maybe you didn't say it quite this way, but it sort of triggered in my mind, like often I think we rely on kind of a complaint-driven triggering of code enforcement. And I just would want to have a discussion about what resources we need to have an active monitoring of, like, the usage requirements, I mean, how are we monitoring that someone's not living there year round?
Right.
And we don't have all the answers right now. And I'm just
I have a few.
Yeah,
because
excellent.
these have been very well thought out. So temporary, let's back up and consider the backcountry structures are allowed to be temporarily occupied. This aligns with public health and sanitation, who put something on the record that limits for not only this owner, but any future owners. So it's on the record of how they're supposed to be occupied. Those also have a monitoring that has to be accomplished through their variance for sanitation waste. And I also would bring it to the attention that backcountry structures are occurring. They're occurring now. We have illegal structures in the backcountry that don't have any of these kind of protections in place. And this is a way to embrace the use in an equitable fashion. I would also, just a talking point is that deep pockets of investment is definitely coming into our community that can overcome barriers. I mean, that's why backcountry zoning came into place in Pickens County and Summit County and even Chaffee County and small counties like Mineral County, because of the interest and the amount of investment dollars that are coming into the county. So absolutely, we see barriers as everyday, citizens, but those barriers can be overcome by certain investments and certain property owners with deep pockets. And so it becomes less equitable for somebody to be able to enjoy their private property when only the very rich can overcome those barriers. So this use also, introducing it also, there is some equitable equality to it. So I think that's good. And then also these illegal builds right now, Jeff, definitely are occurring in quite a few different areas. This is a way to embrace the use and make them and make sure that they are compliant. So I would say the code itself creates compliance, as well as capacity building. Had this only been site plan review, and permitting only been in an administrative review, I would agree with you. And that was one of the reasons that staff said, let's bump this up to a public hearing process. Let's get review agencies involved. Let's make this a public hearing process. Let's hear from the neighbors. Let's notice the parcel, and let's let this process have more engagement. And the property owners themselves have such a big investment in this use that that just creates skins in the game, right? For them to stay in compliance. There will be, there will be learning along the way, but that'll be included in that recording back to the board and looking for readjustment. But I do think that this also gives us a fluid ability to bring non-compliance before the board for some immediate addressing too, which we don't have currently.
So if we do pick something up on like photometry, for example, that's like started the build, then does it go through current process that you have now to bring it into compliance? Like would they have to, can you walk us through that process?
Absolutely. So we have some what we would consider right now illegal structures in the backcountry. However, now we have a process to bring them into compliance. So if they can, we now have a tool to assist us with those illegal backcountry builds, to bring them through the process, to take them through the site plan review process and encourage stewardship of the property, and hopefully come out with a better situation than we have currently. So this does assist us with structures that are currently non-compliant in reaching out to them and bringing them under a codified process to take a closer look at those structures and see if we can bring them into good standing.
Well, I think for me, like a condition I would be interested in attaching here is that we make sure we have the resources to be doing that, aerial survey or whatever it is, or at least be thinking through like really how we have some kind of active monitoring, because I think that sort of complaint driven is not going to work so well in these inherently more remote areas versus like parcel in town where someone's driving by it every day from 100 yards away. So there aren't always going to be neighbors or
Sure. I would say that those would be non-compliant whether they're whether we change the zoning or not. So we are
okay.
Yeah.
Do we, and what about a fee in place?
So the fee,
For violation, sorry.
Very, I have not had the opportunity yet. I have. So I would ask that, I think that we do have a remedy for the revocation of the certificate of completion, but very good point, Sarah, that we do not have anything contemplated as yet in the penalties for non-compliance as far as a penalty, other than removal of revocation of their certificate of completion, not allowing them to occupy the structure until they become compliant.
Okay.
So I would love an opportunity, or maybe that's a great place for a condition for staff to consult with the county attorney on imposing a fee for non-compliance. So right now, the proposal that you have, the remedy is revocation of the certificate of completion and occupancy.
Okay.
And right now you're able to build a single family home, but again, really not the inherent location and geography of a lot of these parcels, you have to meet the International Residential Code. A lot of them could not, but there are some areas that certainly can and have, and you have to continue to meet all of those criteria, even with this new proposal, to have a year-round or single-family home residence. And the primitive structure allows for some exceptions, but not without still very complete review by environmental health, by land use. And also other referral agencies, which yeah, I don't think we can say enough how concerned we are with everyone's bandwidth and
Sure.
ability to stay on top of
Well,
that.
so there will be site inspections done by a third party. So there are twofold to backcountry structure permitting. There is the construction aspect of actually constructing the unit, and then there's the site plan. So just like in building a single family home, there's the actual construction documents and the building permit itself, and then there is the review of the site. And so this would, backcountry structure still has both of those components. And an inspector is still, has to go and inspect the construction of the backcountry structure, and that it has met all of the criteria. There's a plan review. We have to review the construction documents to make sure that they're compliant. And then there are site inspections. They're not inspecting only for the structure and how it was built, but also that it meets the site plan that's been approved. Site plans can be conditioned, such as not being able to allow building on a ridge line, or they also take into consideration, just kind of going through all of the things that the site plan review looks at. It looks at minimal site disturbance. It does not allow building on excessive slopes. It requires setbacks from streams, water bodies, and wetlands. Building materials and colors, the aesthetics have to blend with the natural environment. They can't have highly reflective glass or metal surfaces. They do have to have fire retardant materials. Fencing other than wildlife fencing is disallowed. Exterior lighting has to be dark sky compliant. Tree removal has to be reviewed by a fire professional to make sure that specific arbitrary tree removal hasn't occurred. It's just fitting for the sake of fire mitigation purposes. There has to be a fire mitigation plan that's been approved by the Lake County Fire Rescue. Geologic, mining, and environmental hazards have to be reviewed, and additional reviews that could be warranted on a site-by-site basis. Geologic hazards, critical fish and wildlife habitat, alpine tundra, wildland urban interface, wetlands, the existence of potential hazards like avalanches, landslides, rockfalls, mudflows, unstable soils, ground subsidence. And so all of those things are taken into account as far as the site itself, as well as having site inspections done to ensure that the structure was built properly and that the site was consistent with the approved site plan. So those inspections, I would say, are not done by county staff. Those are third-party inspections. And so we do have a good starting point before we allow certificate of completion, which in turn allows occupancy.
I just want to note too, I know we've had conversations with referral agencies, but I do want to just state that staff did reach out to referral agencies for input. I know Ann and I at least have had a conversation with the district ranger on this. I will say, without putting words in his mouth, that they have very much the same, concern about unintended consequences and managing and monitoring and detecting, that activity before it's too late. So I don't know what the best way to look at, to approach that is, other than kind of setting a high fee and really disincentivizing the approach of asking for forgiveness later.
Right. Absolutely. We did refer to CDPHE, the EPA, Patrick Mercer, Crystal Wold, JT Schaefer, Janine Prout, Jamie Forelli, Ginny Wendorsky, Chaffee County, Public Works, Leadville Lake County Fire. Oh, I said those, I think. Leadville Lake County Fire Rescue, Sheriff's Office, Search and Rescue, Public Health. And so we did do a lot of reach out. We did hear back from the Forest Service, and they just went on, just kind of that same kind of thing, which we say in the intent statement, that we aren't guaranteeing access to your parcel by virtue of the creation of this zone. And likewise, the Forest Service just really highlighted, that they take into a lot of criteria before they ever consider granting any kind of access. And so that was definitely feedback, which I think aligns with, a lot of the intent statement, that it is directed to the fact that the county does not guarantee by virtue of the creation of this zoning that you have access to your property, or that you're going to have maintained access to your property.
Yeah.
Just a quick clarifying point to Sarah's consideration with the IRC and the single family residence. To get a CO, you have to, the code stipulates that you have to be built for year-round access.
The code
For
doesn't
year-round
take-
occupancy.
the code can just considers that it's not being built for temporary occupancy.
Okay. And it doesn't define what temporary occupancy is.
No, we're defining that based on public. We are aligning with public health as far as incorporating the amount of time that backcountry structures can be utilized to align with the ability to have an alternative to a full OWTS or on-site wastewater treatment system.
Okay.
If we were to trigger needing to look at, any concerns that might come up, would that be kind of resubmitting an application or amending? Would the process look the same as it has right now? Or would we then perhaps look at an overlay to this new zone district?
So like if we have considerations, like if we came out of this with conditions and had considerations on reviewing the code, right?
If we conditioned the monitoring and something over time in the near future hit a threshold where we weren't comfortable with allowing any further applications to come into, and we needed to go back to the drawing board on some aspect of this, what might that look like?
Sure. So you absolutely said it, Tara. If you were to say conditionally approve the proposal in front of you, and then you were to decide through this careful monitoring that you want to enact, or based on further incentivizing conservation, that you would like to layer on additional opportunities, it would be the same. It'd be a new application with a 30-day notice requirement. So it would be starting the application process again, 30 days to notice in order to set the public hearing.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And right now, as far as the conversations have gone, we might look at other ways to incentivize any kind of what we call the density incentive, which sounds a little contrary, but that just means the ability perhaps to build a larger home based on what the landowner is bringing to the table, to then further meet our goals as the county. Sorry, my thought went out of my head. Nope, lost it. Gonna have to come back.
Well, but I think, if we did think through some kind of, density bonus seems like a weird word to be using in this context, but, structure, size, allowance, to incentivize whether it's public access or more intact landscapes or whatever
Yeah.
the goal is, like we could amend this, or,
We could amend the code or add to it.
The code is a living document. You can amend it at any time, and you could even, keeping in mind that it's going to take a period of time before we are at the point of processing an application. That you could immediately start your incentive work if you would want to on Monday at the first joint work session, and so and if something, I'm just saying that the resolution has to be drafted to take this step. And so there's some time in here between the next steps that have to be done before we're going to be administering. And so if it felt to the board that they really feel strongly about the next steps in place, this could happen, that the session could start happening as early as Monday.
Okay. I don't feel like I have any other questions right now.
I've one other set of not set of questions. So we talked, or I mean, Sarah brought up the, so trying to get clear on impact this might have on calls on county roads instead of having a county road management maintenance plan. I think the other thing mentioned in the documents is sort of calling out to landowners, property owners, that emergency services could be limited. I just wonder if we also want to sort of flag, I don't know if it's a condition, but more, I mean, like, should the Emergency Services Council come up with an SOP on like who they are going to try and serve, or what level of service do different parcels can they expect? I think that the concern I actually have is that, someone builds a structure and then starts like lobbying for having, the highest level of service for emergency services that just is not fair to our, emergency services folks. And that I just want to try to get ahead of that with some real clear policies from our emergency services entities. Like, we are not going to try to get an ambulance up this like rough dirt road. Like you at best have search and rescue.
If there is a road.
Yeah. So I think, it says it, that you shouldn't expect it, but I would like to sort of, again, I don't know, there's like a condition before moving forward here, but I would just sort of want to flag for emergency services entities that I think they would need to start thinking real clearly about not doing something heroic in some of these areas.
When we worked with Lake Hill, Leadville Lake County Fire Rescue, and we worked with Emergency, Mike McHarg, and this policy has a lot of history to it. There was an expectation that they would be creating that, any kind of service in those kind of instances. And that's why keeping backcountry structures under 600 square feet, making them have a fire protection plan in place, what kind of, some of the ways, as well as the intention statement in the code, that says property owners in the backcountry must recognize that access to the properties may be restricted, and due to such access limitations, emergency services and vehicle access to properties in the backcountry may not be feasible, and people interested in owning land with ready access to public service and facilities are advised to seek out more developed urban areas.
So I love that sentence.
Right.
But I think it would, if I was an emergency service, director,
right,
I would want to get clear on what exactly you expect and don't expect,
I think we had those conversations with Leadville Lake County Fire Rescue, emergency management, search and rescue. We had those and they kind of helped carve that out, as well as wanting to have presence within the site plan review to have those conversations with property owners.
So maybe that comes up, and because if they're referral agencies, I just think, again, for them, when they make a comment on each individual parcel, I would think they would want to have done some thinking beforehand on what they sort of what their comments are going to be.
And those just like the variances for public health and sanitation, those kind of live outside the code. And certainly some situational awareness that we might want to just be more help maybe facilitate those conversations. But it kind of lives out those kind of code can't suggest standard practices for the fire department kind of thing.
So when you take in an application and it goes through the site plan, process, you do send that out to the referral agencies, which would give them then an opportunity to make, and would you communicate that then to the applicant of like, you need to remedy this
Yeah.
condition, or you need to be made aware of this condition with each individual site plan?
Right. There are administrative forms that I had sent over, but I don't have those with me right this second. But yes, it'll be just like a building permit. They'll have to have a sign off from fire. They have to have a sign off from public health. They have to have a sign off. So just like when you're pulling a building permit, you have to have your plans reviewed by the fire department. It's no different on the backcountry structure and the single family home. Those have to be reviewed by and signed off by the fire department.
Yeah.
So.
So I had a couple of questions, or just some quick comments that I'd love to hear the board's thoughts on. We have in there in the table of uses currently proposed resort use as a conditional use, which kind of drives me nuts, and a group camp, which is, I think, defined as less dense or less intensive use, is also conditional use, which I can live with, but maybe I'd love to talk through just out loud, like why we're including that resort as a conditional use. I don't think that doesn't seem appropriate to me. And also maybe one of the things we consider is in monitoring this or developing it further might be to better define some of those uses that we have in our table of uses so that it's more clear.
So I guess to that point, it does say that you can use the parcel commercially through a condition, through a CUP. And then I guess you would apply for a CUP for a resort use on the parcel, which would then go through the normal process with the planning commission. But do you have a definition of what the resort use looks like and what the impact would be on a backcountry parcel?
Sure.
And then I guess to take that a step further, is that also a condition in the table of uses for the agricultural forestry, which is what this is currently zoned at, right?
Right. So currently resorts, guest ranches, I think in resorts are conditional under ag forestry and recreational, and so are group camps. Group camps are what we currently use for the 10th Mountain Hut model. And so you have to have a minimum of 5 acres in order to apply for a group camp. But it is group camp and vacation lodges, I think, are the two. I'm trying to get to the code here. Those are, that is, for lack of a better maybe use title, that is historically what all of the 10th Mountain models have been done through. Resort has a higher threshold for the amount of land, and I'm thinking it's 100 acres, but I could be wrong. So I'm trying to get to that real quick. Okay. So I can tell you. And then
well, and just on that, I was trying to go back my and I think that there aren't that many parcels that are even that big.
That would qualify for the resort use to be applied for through the CUP.
Yeah.
So that was, I know I had done a report to everyone on these two uses when we kind of talked through these to kind of, which I know at first it sounds like, oh, wow. But then when you look at the actual application of it, it's a little different because of the minimum lot size in order to be able to even go there. Keeping in mind that Ski Cooper in that area, we also wanted to think about kind of honoring areas that were included within the boundary that might want further expansion. Sorry. continue just a second
No, it's
here.
okay, take your time. I'll throw out another thought to the board, too, which I did mention in the public hearing, but didn't necessarily hear from the board on, and it might not be something we can actually put our arms around, but the intent of this is to allow a landowner to build a primitive modest structure in most cases, unless they can meet all of those regulations for a single family home, that they might live in year round. You know, and back to that kind of market inflation and activity, I just wonder if there's something we can consider where, you know, a landowner who has several parcels or more, where they would build one on each parcel, and to what end, you know, like that. Does it trigger, I mean, it doesn't necessarily trigger commercial use, or does it? It's not, you know, it's every parcel has its own right to build, but how do we manage, or do we want to manage, you know, what feels to me like a kind of a violation of what we're trying to allow.
So like,
I don't have an
Yeah,
answer
yeah,
for
yeah.
that. I don't have an answer for it, just on the sec.
No, I just, so if I owned 3 parcels, would I be limited to how many 3 parcels in the backcountry zone?
Mm-hmm.
Should I be allowed to build on all 3? Is that what you're saying?
Right,
Okay.
right.
I mean, you know, I mean,
Go
each
ahead.
one would have to be eligible in its own right and meet all the conditions, but yeah, I mean,
Particularly people who own 4 or more, right, in the same area. Like, oh, all of a sudden we have 5 applications for 5 different structures on all of these. Does that really meet the intent? And
I mean, to me, that might be a situation where we'd want to think about, you know, whether, I don't know if tradable development rights is the right tool or thinking, but like, you know, if we would, I mean, if the goal is we would actually, in that situation, we'd actually want like sort of like one structure on a larger parcel that is sort of less scattershot across the landscape somehow.
I think that's a great, you know, I think that's like your next tool,
incentive,
right?
trying to figure out what that looks like.
Yeah.
Because, you know, I don't, you know, and I think that when you're talking about, you know, there's a, gosh, you gave me the number of parcels that are under 10 acres, and there's not that many. You also, within this boundary, 75% of the land area within the backcountry zoning is public land. We're only talking about, well, excuse me, 26% private, and then 74% public land. So within all of that boundary, we're only talking about a fourth of the land area that is privately owned. There is, you know, so just, you know, Bryce had pulled out those statistics or those percentages for us. So yes, it does, you know, the current code would allow each of those existing parcels, can't make any more of them, that wouldn't be bigger than less than 35 acres, but the existing parcels, there's also fractional ownership, right? There's also the barrier of fractional ownership, which is going to be a huge burden from a lot of those parcels being able to overcome that in order to be able to apply. So there's you know, in as much as like there's going to be barriers to even a backcountry structure. There's going to be the fractional ownership. There's going to be the site plan review process. So I don't think you can, you know, in as much as it's almost like when I know there was a development application that within their PUD guide, they allowed for ADUs. And so there was an argument that doubled the density, but not necessarily is every single family home built within that subdivision going to exercise the right to have an ADU. Is it possible? Yes. Is it possible that, but realistically, I just, as you look at that parcel overlay, I don't think it's realistic that every single one would have a backcountry structure, because there are remaining barriers to go through. If you even to have a variance for your sanitary waste, those systems still have to be engineered. We still have to go through a variance process. There's a lot of investment for a property owner to have to go through in order to be able to exercise the right. So there are certainly hurdles to being able to exercise the right. It's not necessarily, certainly not as easy as, hey, I ordered a yurt and I'm going to go set it up this weekend, come help me, kind of thing. And so there certainly are layers to it, but absolutely good point. You have to consider the possibility.
Well, I gotta come back on the resort. I mean, I'm torn on the resort. I mean, to your question, I mean, because it seems like I can't quite imagine one getting through all the conditions.
Right.
Like, so why not just say no?
Right.
But that's why I'm torn, because it's like there are so few parcels that are even that large to be in the running, and the conditions seem so high that I can't imagine something with that large a use meeting all the other conditions, or that you could get people there to some of these sites. It doesn't concern me too much, but if it's just so not in tune with the intent, then I think to your question, like, why not just say no?
Is it 100 acres? It's 20.
It's
It's 20 acres. But we did go through and we looked at how many, but it's not, please keep in mind, it's not a use by right. It's a conditional use.
Yeah.
Which, and it's, let's see. So such uses require a minimum of 20 acres of land and have a maximum density of 5 people per acre. Uses shall not compromise the character of the underlying zoning district by providing for significantly more intense uses of the land or roads. Such uses shall not compromise the scenic quality of the location in which the resort is situated. Such uses shall not create significantly more traffic between the hours of 8 p.m. and 8 a.m. than during hours of operation. Such uses shall not create noise in excess of 70 decibels for more than 1 continuous minute between the hours of 8 p.m. and 8 a.m. A 200-foot setback must be maintained around all perimeter property lines. All road surfacing construction materials and construction methods shall be comply with the provisions contained in the roadway design standards and construction specifications. All sidewalks, walking paths, and bicycle paths shall comply with the provisions in the same code. All utilities must be installed underground and shall meet all state and local regulations. At least 60% of the natural landscape and existing vegetation on the subject property must be preserved. All trash collection shall be screened and designed to prohibit entrance by animals. The possession or discharge of fireworks is prohibited. So those are all standards.
So since it is 20 acres, could we take it out? Could we condition this to take it out, or would we have to go through another work session to take that out?
I would suggest that we table it or take it back to the planning commission. If you want to take that out, I would just say that those are some significant standards to have to meet.
But it wouldn't apply to any new parcels, correct?
So new parcels. So use applies throughout the zone district. So, but only on parcels that are 20 acres or greater. And then they have to meet the other, and they have to be approved through a conditional use permit process. Not guaranteed, there's not a guarantee of going through the conditional use permit and receiving an approval. There's also the ability to further condition on top of those. So the only thing that I would suggest is that this would potentially negatively impact the area around Skid Cooper if you remove this.
So are we talking about like Tennessee Pass would not be able to? That would be the area.
Potentially. There's no, I'm just saying, but also I think the conversation that I heard in the meeting was that potentially there might be a use that we haven't considered right now that might fall within the that might fall into this use. I'm sorry, so I just got distracted for a second. That would fall into this use, and it'd be really hard to maybe identify it exactly right now. We've taken out, or the proposal has taken out a considerable amount of conditional uses. And I think that this one was left to consider like the 10th Mountain model, but something maybe a little bit bigger. But again, that has to go through the full process and be granted approval with the ability to condition it further.
I'd also like to just say for the audience that the board has not had the chance to discuss this together yet through our process. So that is why we are taking so much time to contemplate and deliberate.
And sorry for the next agenda item that we're doing that.
I think the other thing that I haven't brought up is that, and I did bring up with Anne, but requiring a survey, especially in some of these areas where there are, that denser area around Beaver Lakes Estates and on the edge of the IM zone. In the south part of the IM zone, Anne has a response as to why maybe we haven't done that or where it has not caused an issue. And I wonder if you might revisit that too. My sense is that the survey deals with primarily right now, setback issues, but I think I wonder if it wouldn't be wise to require that or require it in certain circumstances.
So yeah, I agree with you, and I would say that we already, the zoning official within their authority and capacity built into the code, if there is an area that there's a concern, just like if we think that a setback can't be met, or they're only going to be 2 feet away from a setback, then we require, so it's at the discretion of the zoning official to, if we are in an area with potentially overlapping claims or an area that definitely needs to, that there's not a confidence and reliance in the boundary, there is authority by the zoning official to require a survey, likewise to verify the parcel boundary lines or setback. We exercise the setback one pretty regularly, especially like in Panarch, where the lots are smaller and they tend to come in with development applications that are within 2 feet of the setbacks. So I would say that there is a ability. Thank you. Oh, wrong kind. Oh. I need the round one. So it's not a round one. There is the ability built in to, thank you, enabled through the code itself for the zoning official to make those calls on a case-by-case basis. I would love to see surveys on on lots of building permits. The reality is that we are having a hard time getting survey. Well, property owners are having a hard time getting surveys because of the demand. So even lot consolidations are taking sometimes 2 years to get done because of the demand on the industry. So we've at this point, we've been calling the need for a survey on a case-by-case basis. I agree with you, Sarah, and I would say that there are definitely times, luckily, that so far we have been administering zoning through that authority to call them when there is a discrepancy or concern that there's a discrepancy.
So when you receive the site plan, though, if you have a parcel that has the split zoning, you would require a survey in that instance.
Right, in order to establish, what part of it's buildable.
Okay.
And what part is not. So yes.
Okay. And then if you couldn't meet the setbacks, you then you would apply to the Board of Adjustment.
Right. Could
Okay.
apply for a variance.
Okay.
So what was our final thought on
Resorts?
on the landowner building 12 on 12 parcels? It was refining that through incentives in a next step of maybe if you take acts towards conservation, you then can get some credits for a larger structure.
Instead of one single structure
And if
rather
you-
than
if-
a.
Yeah.
But
it-
would it trigger, if you had 12 applications, would that trigger at all any kind of condition, commercial CUP? Or would we be able to write that in, I guess, because I would just automatically.
So every parcel has its development rights. And if you happen to own 12 city lots and you want to build 12 houses, nothing, you may have to build them. You may not be able to build them yourself. You might have to have a contractor build them if you're going to resell them. So every parcel inherently has its own rights associated with it. And I like the idea very much of offering, working right away on a way to incentivize, to realize, several different, and maybe there's even incentives we haven't thought of yet. Whether it is being able to transfer those development rights to a specific receiver area, so that there's something that of value that you could receive for that covenant, or if it's simply being able to realize the tax incentive of the ag status, and then potentially maybe, when we say, like you said, density bonus isn't a great term, the ability maybe to construct a single family home up to some other codes, the example's been like 2,500 square feet. So, maybe there is some incentives in there, because if you have, 40 acres, you can take into account that. So I really like the way to, further layer on that incentive to avoid, utilizing every, that 26% of the area being, every one of those having a structure on them. But, that may not necessarily happen too, just like we talked about with fractional ownership and, just all the other barriers that are associated in those areas.
Could we include kind of general language? I'm thinking along the lines of like the comprehensive plan or a future land use plan. Like I think the sooner and the more intention that we could illustrate or communicate to investors or anyone developing, the better. Though the condition might be to revisit this within a certain time period. But could we, I would also love to consider like including something like some examples of what that might look like, or at least to say, to develop density incentives that could, that just to make someone pause to say, okay, well, I could have some other options if I wait, and also then offer something to better meet the intent here, just to include that in the language of what's passed.
Oh, in the language, I was thinking, if we're working on that, we could direct staff to say that to people who come in.
Yeah.
And I do think that, you know, memorializing it, if it's not in the existing policy, but in, you know, kind of in a condition of approval, you know, that this is approving policy as is with the commitment to further incentivizing conservation, and like you said, and then directing staff to shepherd that and make sure that those opportunities and discussions are moved forward, so that those can happen.
Okay, I think we've covered a lot of what I just even wanted to discuss together. But a couple things kind of linger, like how many illegal access roads are too many to trigger like a stop? How many illegal, you know, like where?
I do think that I you know, so I think that roads, whereas zoning isn't intended to address other than roadway design, it's not really meant to address this type of situation. I'm wondering if like roadway use and those things will be further work that backcountry zoning can be supportive of, and not be the only tool to be addressing it. Say that again. So I'm zoning could be supportive of roadway use, but it's not the only tool to regulate that, right? So there should
Like
be
the creation of roads to parcels.
Right. No, in fact, the access in these areas are up to the private individual property owner.
But you would
not-
require that of a site plan.
That's
like you would
correct.
have to show.
Yeah, right, they have
access.
to, well, so if their access is from a private individual or a public landowner, it is their responsibility to go out and go through that process to get the access, right? That is not, the zoning doesn't guarantee that. The zoning doesn't address that, except to say that it is at their responsibility to address the road access. The zoning isn't meant to be the tool to address access. It is.
So if you had a landlocked parcel, and you had other parcels around you, would you require in a site plan the easements through those parcels to access your parcel?
Right.
Okay.
So and the burden of doing that is not the zoning to tell you how to do that, but the individual property owner to go through their own obtaining that easement from the private property owner or the public entity. The Forest Service has their own methodology to take it on a case-by-case basis of how they're going to either grant it or not. And so the zoning should not step onto obviously their process, and it can't address the private ownership piece either.
So if you received an application and a site plan that had to go through Forest Service property and the Forest Service denied the access, you wouldn't consider the application?
Correct.
Okay.
For a single use, for a single family.
For a single family home, that's correct.
Okay.
I think it's safer to assume that you would not get a driveway or a road access if it doesn't already exist in the zone than to assume that you just have to go through the steps to get permission to do that.
Okay.
Can I go ahead, Chair? I'd like to ask Public Works staff if they have any comment
Can we do
or
that?
questions.
In terms of what, or
Asking staff.
during this deliberation?
Hey.
I think it's a little.
I don't know that, that's why I'm deferring to you because the hearing's closed. I don't know. So
But to
procedural.
ask staff is not.
No, and I guess the question is, did they weigh in?
So they weighed in through the process, and the application was referred to them the same date as the others. They didn't respond to the referral.
So in terms of that type of additional information, because of the fact that it wasn't included in the initial information presented to the planning commission and stuff. I think you would probably need to go back for that, for them to consider it as part of their recommendation as well.
So if
Because
we're
that's
trying
what, in
to,
terms of for the public hearing aspect of it.
I think the board could table, well,
In terms of tabling the rest of your deliberation to collect more information, just internally from staff internally here, not for them to come and make a presentation to you. Is that what you're asking? Okay.
I'm wondering, in what we're trying to set as conditions.
Yeah.
What language would be most helpful as far as trying to prevent illegal access? And I think, I don't know, my experience asking staff is outside of public hearing process.
Yeah, well,
but-
that's what I was saying. Yeah, if it's that, I thought you, I'm sorry, I didn't understand. I thought you were talking about bringing him up now to make a presentation. to
Well,
your-
Michael's on,
No, not a
Michael's on,
presentation. Michael's on
Yeah.
Zoom, so I just wondered if there was any helpful language, or if we're gonna consider this with some of the conditions that we've discussed as contemplating, I guess, before we even go through to iron out what that language looks like right now, what is the best process?
Yeah, I
do
think
that.
you can internally request information from staff on those type of questions.
but
I'm thinking
table
about
this to do that so that we can
that.
individually
No,
reach out.
I didn't realize he was on. You
Okay.
can ask him now.
Okay.
Because that's what staff is here for. So you
Okay.
can ask him now if he has any feedback on that.
Okay.
But obviously, if he says he needs to look into it, then that would require you to table it.
Well, right, yeah, like that hadn't been presented to him as like part of a condition, so like what kind of time frame are we looking at to try and wrap our arms around getting all the proper documentation for how we currently, what our operating procedures are currently for
Right.
county road maintenance and closure.
and the condition certainly, you can certainly reach out to Michael. I mean, maybe it is, as prior to, yeah, or maybe it is a condition that, building and land use staff shall, you want, because you'd like a condition of approval. I was just thinking that establishing a certain amount of time between your two supporting staffs to provide you. I don't know, I'm trying to wordsmith something here in the middle of it.
Would it make the most sense for us to table until we've had a work session? Or, well, I guess, but we'd have to bring that back to the planning commission even if we did.
So if you want to table, first, maybe perhaps let's just ask Michael if he has a condition to address
Okay.
your concern. And if he doesn't have it or can't give us enough input for us to create it as a condition, then maybe consider tabling.
Okay.
But maybe first reach out to Michael, see if he can help us, and then maybe between your staff and the board, we can come up with a condition of approval, perhaps. Does that sound good, Sarah?
Well, sorry, so we could list out things that we think we would like to have as conditions of approval. And then you would come back with a draft of those that we could then fine tune.
So no, you would,
Yeah.
so the conditions of approval mean that you approve the proposal, but here are conditions to it. So let's just say a condition
Yeah.
being, so the conditions wouldn't have to be met in order for a resolution to be drawn. Okay. Are you, you're saying, am I?
No, I'm
Okay.
nodding because I'm
Okay.
listening.
Okay. So let's say the condition of approval, I think one that maybe we all I hear consensus on, is that a building and land use will set that standing monthly report back to you on the administration of this code, so that you have that. So a condition of I think that Sarah's looking for a condition of when the county staff will potentially have, ready to address how we address road closures.
Yeah.
And other concerns of roadways.
So the list that I have is kind of that monitoring, reporting, setting fees for setting penalties for violations, a commitment to developing more incentives, and further meeting the land conservation intent of the zone. And do we, I mean, I'd love to like not just say that, but well, I don't know if that's enough to say, but
It allows you the space to kind of like, you know, today you had a lot of different ideas about it. And so it wouldn't set anything into stone. It would just condition it that you're going to, because, you know, we may do some research and find some even better tools. So I think it just creates the space for it.
and that would have to be contemplated and complete before accepting. If that is a condition, would that have to be complete?
No, I don't think you have to have all your answers 100% complete today. I think it's just to provide guidance on what the conditions are.
But we approve this condition and we would have to come up with that incentive to then accept building permits.
So I would say this, I would say that you can do it a couple different ways. I think the intent, I think when we were kind of talking was that the condition is that it's a condition that there is a commitment to another code amendment that is going to be worked out between the board and the planning commission on how to create those best tools to further conservation. So I think that condition is a commitment for another code amendment, not to delay this code amendment, but to a commitment to say this approval is based on the fact that we are going to do further work on creating those opportunities.
Okay.
And the two differences in procedure, one is, I mean, if we approve with a commitment to do that in the future, then the risk is that some applications come in before we have that all buttoned up and aren't subject to those.
Those are incentives, they're not regulations, right?
Well, but there may be other, I mean, there's
nothing
other
that's
things we
going
have.
to stop someone from saying, I would like to come in and incentivize my property and bring this to you in this manner. So it's not a further regulation. I just want to.
That's true on incentives, but there may be some other things like the penalty, you know, there are some other conditions we have potentially, you know, talked about that would be part of the code.
Yeah, the penalty part, I was suggesting, because I thought that could be done fairly quickly, was, so the condition read that we would, staff would work with legal to, prior to the drafting of the resolution.
Okay.
To vet the ability to do a penalty. Because that's pretty swift, and the creation of the incentives might take a little more work.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I got confused because I thought you were talking about road stuff.
Well, that's,
So I
I
think
think
we're-
there's there's
Yeah, I think
5 or
we're-
8 or 10 conditions we're
Conditions that we
talking
wanted to
about.
add.
And some of them I think could be, some of them are easier, some of them are much more complicated, some of them are code, some of them are other things outside of the purview
Sure.
of the zone language.
Do you have additional?
So I just have that commitment to amend the code and develop more incentives to further land conservation. And,
Okay.
and I think maybe the same commitment to prioritize public works, documenting, having proper documentation for operating procedures.
I think that's good.
Yeah.
I think that means the exactly the intent of and the concern. It's good, Sarah.
And I guess go back to that monitoring and reporting of what hits the thresholds.
I think
I don't know.
that's the board's decision, right? I think I think that we bring back and we say, you know, we bring a staff report monthly. And I think that that will be at the board's discretion. I don't think that if I think it's hard to set what those thresholds are when we might miss one because we might not know. So I think if we set what they are now,
we might
I
not hit
think,
them.
right.
And
So
we
I
might
think,
still feel that way that we need to.
yeah, I think that the board should have the ability to take those reports and determine, you know, if the intent's being met or not.
Okay.
And so I think maybe not putting any parameters on that or boxing yourselves in, you know, basically to what that might be.
Okay.
Do we need to write the condition for that monthly sort of report, or is that already in?
I would go ahead and make it a condition.
Okay,
approval.
great.
Okay.
I have one other condition I'd like to
Sure.
discuss, which is I'd like, before we pass the final resolution, I'd like an estimate from staff of one or more options for more frequent high resolution imaging. Because from Bryce's comment, it happens every 2 years right now. I'd like to know what it would cost to do it every year, every 6 months.
$88,000 for a flight.
Okay. I would,
So we do it every other year.
yeah,
Currently,
yeah.
because it's an intervening valuation year.
Yeah, so we do it driven by the assessors, but if we're now concerned about, you know, illegal roads being carved in or, you know, stuff cropping up, that's, you know, if this is an enforcement tool.
I wonder about though, if we're, looking at fuel mitigation and like taking even documentation, like drone documentation on that kind of thing. Like, I think just communicating the need for partnership in surveying and monitoring impacts over recreation, wildfire risk. Like, let's keep that conversation going across partners and agencies where they might be able to report that.
So then I'd say, like we did for the incentive program, I'm gonna like a commitment that we sort of have some thinking through from staff of some options that are cost effective like that. Like maybe it's not all like the actual flight
Yeah.
stuff, or yeah, some way that we're not relying on the 2 year.
Yeah.
Because that seems, I mean, by the time, I mean, that
A lot can happen in
a
2
lot
years.
can happen in 2 years.
Yeah.
I mean, it's better than not having that.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
think you could be
not with,
bolting a lot of doors after the horses have escaped the barn or whatever.
Yeah.
I think a commitment to examine some cost-effective ways of meeting different goals.
Okay.
Okay. And
I'm good.
was that?
I've got.
Do you need us to now try to articulate that in a
Yeah,
motion?
I think Sarah's been working on one.
It sounds like something's happening over there.
Yes, I think she's been typing.
Okay.
Great.
No.
Okay. So really what I have is, I'm just gonna go through them real quick and then we can go through them and like, just make sure we have the specific language.
Okay.
Considering approval with the conditions of commitment to, or monitoring and reporting.
Monthly?
Yes, at least monthly.
Okay.
And kind of a subset of that is a commitment to examine the cost-effective ways to continual improvement of that activity. Or improve the monitoring and detection of on-the-ground activity. So that would be included and start from the get-go. We would have that reporting happening, and then staff to work with legal on a penalty and fee. And then a commitment to another code amendment to developing more incentives to further land conservation. And a commitment to prioritize public works documentation of standard operating procedures for road operation and maintenance.
Okay.
Closure.
The operation, maintenance, and closure.
One addition just on the conservation incentives, I think it's like code, and or other policy mechanisms, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could
Okay.
be other
Other
mechanism.
Because we may be able to include that in like some comprehensive plan updates
Mhm.
too. Okay. Great.
That list sounded good to me.
Me too. I checked off everything I've written down on my
Yep.
notes. Okay. I will entertain a motion to accept the statement of motion with your list.
And are we then asking you to bring the resolution to include that language?
So the resolution, yes, well, I will incorporate all of those conditions into the resolution. Yes.
Okay,
And
so
so-
I'm making the motion for the creation of the content of the resolution, and the resolution consideration will be kind of the final act on
Right.
the proposal.
I would say approval based on approval of the file based upon the acceptance of the resolution.
Final resolution.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I think you'll have to act on the file
Yes.
and then,
Yes.
so.
And then, yes, so that's right. Your motion is to develop the resolution incorporating that list of items.
Of conditions.
But approval of the file based upon motion to for the condition. I was as clear as mine, sorry.
No,
No,
I just need to take a moment.
Take a big breath.
Okay, so motion to approve the file.
File
Okay.
21-32. File 2132.
I'll move to approve file 21-32. To move forward to draft the resolution.
I move to conditionally approve.
Okay, thank you. Now, please, help. All right, scratch that, Cindy. We move to conditionally approve file 21-32 to include the following conditions drafted, incorporated in the draft resolution for final approval of the board. And those are to commit to and require monitoring and reporting from building and land use, at least on a monthly basis. And in that, examining cost-effective ways to improve that monitoring and detection of on-the-ground activity. Two, for land use staff to work with legal to create some sort of fee structure and penalty for violations of the proposed code. Three, the commitment to swiftly work on a follow-up code amendment
and or other policies to further develop incentives that encourage land conservation as the core of the intent of this proposal. And 4, a commitment from the BOCC to prioritize public works, creating documentation on standard operating plans and of road operation and maintenance and closures.
Okay,
I'll second.
all right. Any further discussion?
I would like to add to the, or propose adding to the point on conservation incentives. I would also like to add consideration of public access incentives and, or, addition or protection of public access to the backcountry and scenic conservation as 2 other goals, possible goals.
So you
For
want
those,
to amend her
Yeah.
motion.
just
to
add
include
in those 2 other goals in addition to land conservation.
Okay,
Land conservation.
Land conservation, scenic conservation, and public access.
public access conservation.
And to elaborate, I mean, public access, by which I mean, if there's currently like a public, informal, illegal trail across, well,
A prescriptive easement. A prescriptive easement, yeah.
to provide incentives for landowners to, take measures to maintain or establish
Acknowledge
public access. Yeah.
historic prescriptive.
Yeah.
Public access.
Okay, to include, but not limited to,
Excellent.
how about those 3 things?
Yes. Cindy, do you have those 3 things?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll second that motion to amend.
Yeah.
So we need to vote on the motion to amend,
All right. Any further discussion?
Not for me.
Okay.
not on the amended motion.
Okay. All those in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Okay. With the original motion, is there any further discussion?
None for me.
No, I guess I also just have on here though, with that commitment for public works, I think, which I know that mapping has also been working really hard to get accurate, roads and GIS. And while of course, there's always the disclosure that our website is not 100% accurate. Just that kind of goes hand in hand with the public works effort, which I know our mapping department already is currently working with public works to have the most accurate representation on our website. So I just wanted to take a moment to note that.
Sure.
Okay.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Bye.
Okay. All right, thank you, Anne.
Thanks, Anne.
We do appreciate it. Yeah, I need to borrow it,
Yeah, I
thanks.
was gonna say, yeah. Can we
Can,
take a 3-minute?
PB Swims, we thank you very much for being patient with us. Can we just take a quick 2-minute break to grab some water before we dive in? We would really appreciate it. And then that way we can, that way we can dedicate our attention to you guys. So, thank you. Okay. Let me get some water.
I'm gonna pause the recording.
Sure. Okay, so we're back. We're now on agenda item number 8, which is the discussion on the aquatic center with PB Swims. Okay, first I will just take an opportunity to read this letter into the record as was presented to us by PB Swims and requested to be read into the record. The date on it is February 22nd, 2022. Dear Board of County Commissioners, I am not able to attend your meeting on February 23rd, 2022, as I will have a class full of students As I sit here writing you this letter, I have had students throughout the day not knowing my involvement with PB Swims express several concerns about the community they are growing up in. Some have expressed the need for a pool, some just for an indoor recreational facility. I moved to Leadville in 2018 and was quite excited that there was a pool facility, even if it was not state of the art. My kids have swam in the pool and taken lessons at the pool. I can also speak greatly about the importance of swim lessons, especially in small children. With the pool now closed, it means traveling to Breckenridge or Summit recreational centers to get lessons. This is not always feasible for our family or many others. During my time here, my family has been heavily involved in athletics with Lake County Recreational Department and have contributed through coaching to help keep these programs up and running. Much of the focus for the master plan has seemed to stem around outdoor facilities. The problem with this is that we have 4 to 6 months of the year that we need indoor facilities. This is in the form of gym space, indoor meeting facilities, and yes, a pool. These facilities play an important role in building a community. You stated in the document that you are looking to the future of the community. If this is true, then instead of putting a jail in a jail facility, when we have a facility that can continue to serve our community, let's look at the immediate needs. The immediate needs include roads being fixed correctly, infrastructure to accommodate our fast-growing community, our wastewater treatment facilities looked at with a large number of homes going in, and our water rights for the area. All of these were in your last master plan for the county. Several of the things listed in your aquatics resolution is misinformation. This includes the closure of the climax statement. Also in the audit performed on the pool facility had a great deal of information that was not required by law to be fixed immediately, and other things were not even the responsibility of the pool. Example, the roof and stairs. I understand the price tag that was given with all of the repairs and upgrades was high, but a plan could have been worked on prior to shutdown. The price tag continues to increase each day that the facility is closed. There are options to move forward. The school district has never stated that they are demoing the building. The plan has several other ideas before that point. One of our options is to sell the building. It was never stated what the building will have to be sold for. There is a great deal of collaboration as a community that can be done to help get things moving forward. One large impact to our community is the tourists and athletes who come here to train. After watching the Olympics over the last few weeks, several countries send their athletes here to Colorado to train at the high altitude. The recreational center, including the pool, when done correctly, could provide a huge economical factor for our community. Summit County have busy recreational centers due to tourism. A facility done correctly can build our community, provide jobs, and create a future with providing high altitude training for elite athletes. We have several things that can be done in this community to help it grow, but we need to do them in a thoughtful and productive way. Continuing to dismiss requests from the community will only create a divide. I'm suggesting that we start to look at the bigger picture that is larger than each entity. Community is what is going to create what we want and keep great people that we have here. I have a dream for this community and would love to see it flourish and grow in the right direction, but to do this, we all need commissioner, school districts, city, and residents to come together to work on a plan that helps us achieve these. Thank you for your time, and I hope that we can move forward with a plan that will benefit our community as a whole. Thank you, Stephanie McElhenney, PB Swims board member, community member, civil engineer, parent, and teacher. So that was given to us earlier today to be read into the record for this discussion. So before we start our discussion, I just want to remind everyone that this is merely a discussion. We're not voting to take action on anything today, and that we'd want to keep the discussion respectful, and that any questions that PB Swims has throughout the discussion regarding the aquatic center or the closure of the aquatic center, can you please address them to the board, and we will answer that way. And if we need to engage staff at that point, we will. So with that, fellow board members, do you have anything that you'd like to start with?
Yeah, I mean, I can just start and say, I mean, we circulated and both on the website and directly to PB Swims sort of a discussion draft. And I think our intent with that was just to really clearly lay out both sort of where, how I got to this point. I think specifically around the kind of, I would say, shorter term decision of, the request had been to put in money from the county to, get the pool up and running sort of as soon as possible. So sort of our thinking on why we have held off on that. And to me, I mean, we can talk about any bullet in the resolution, including sort of the factual stuff. But to me, I think where like my brain focuses anyway is that sort of third bullet in the resolutions and the 4 sub bullets on sort of things in our mind, milestones or clarifications that are needed before we would want to consider putting in significant resources to a sort of shorter term fix of the pool. And I sort of emphasizing the shorter term, versus like a longer term plan for a rec center, things coming out of the master plan or a much larger rebuild of the pool. So anyway, that's sort of my thinking on, again, the intent on the discussion document and sort of where my brain focuses on, again, on those sort of milestones or issues that need clarification before we would want to put in, significant resources to a short-term fix. So I don't know, any other?
No, I think that's a great summary. And as we just chatted about some of our other impacts and priorities, I think that outlines the steps, the logical steps of needing to work with partners on some big strategic planning milestones.
Yeah.
To meet.
So I'm happy to like explain those, or if you want to make comments on your thoughts, we can be as freewheeling as we want to be, whatever is helpful.
Yeah, backing up just for a second. So you're referring how, this is my first political process. So like, are we gonna have written minute? Will there be written minutes if the whole meeting's being recorded currently?
Yeah.
Okay, but there's no packet that's been passed out, correct? We got on email the resolutions.
Yeah.
Okay.
So and then on the website, like all the what are listed as attachments, and mentioned in the document were put up on the recreation website, and we have hard copies here too.
So, but the resolution that was surfaced from the Board of County Commissioners on email is not on the websites, but the attachments are, correct?
Yes, I believe that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, put it on the website.
I am realizing now that I don't know if the draft, discussion draft went up on the website.
Yeah. And I don't know that it's appropriate to do that as a working document, and we're not considering it today. It's a work product of.
I just want to make sure we're all aware and for the recording that. So a document entitled Draft Resolution, Lake County Aquatic Center Status. It's quite detailed. From the Board of County Commissioners, whereas it has several bullet points and then ends in some draft resolutions for discussion today. And what I'm hearing from you is that, there's other agendas and factors to consider before you could just, make a repair and reopen that pool. And so that's where you're at. However, this document's pretty detailed. So why don't you walk us through your draft resolution document, and then we can address, maybe we can hear you as you walk down these discussion points that were surfaced, and then maybe we can respond to those specifically, because it's actually a lot of work went into this, and I think it's important.
Yeah.
Thank you for doing it.
No, that'd be great. And also, I think it's an unofficial document, but it's public because we're talking about it. So, and we can add it to the website if that's helpful. It's not, it's not like a secret thing, but it doesn't really have any official status. It's just to guide the discussion.
Yeah, and you have mentioned on your agenda today, so let's do it. And then on our side, just to let you know, so we have this document from you, and I think it's good to go down and really see what you're considering and where you're at. And then on our side, we also have a few bullet points. It's not as long as this document, and we would, like to respond on a few of these things. So why don't you guys go first?
Yeah. And again, I think,
Amber, will you shut that? Thank you.
So I think, to my mind, the things, the later bullets under, therefore be it resolved are sort of they're kind of more like policy decisions or judgments, and the whereases at the beginning are what we understand to be the facts of how we sort of got here. And again, we can talk about anything if we, so again, maybe I'd start. I mean, I think there are 4 kind of concerns we have, and fellow commissioners, stop me if I'm using "we" too broadly. And we're talking like $1 million and up for some short-term repairs, so it's not a trivial amount of money by any means. So I think the 4 sub-bullets there are kind of the clarity we need, or I think the one is the site itself is owned by the school district, and they are in the process of trying to obtain state funding and then a bond to move out of that building. They are required under that BEST grant to have a disposition plan, so they will either demolish or sell it, or reuse it themselves. But I mean, the whole point is to get out of it. So I don't think that's, so the existence and ownership of that building is unclear right now. And, I think for us, it seems, like unwise to rush in spending millions of dollars in a facility that someone else could buy it and demolish it or repurpose it, and not re-up the IGA that we currently have with the school district. So a new owner has no obligation to continue that IGA. So we could have 2 million, 3 million sunk into a facility that then all of a sudden we no longer are able to access, with whatever longer term plans. I think that's one. Should we start? Should I go through all 4, or should we stop? Yeah.
My guess is the school is going to have that building, the 3 options. I doubt it will remain a school past 2024.
Yeah.
Whether the voters approve the bond issue or not, I think the school district's going to get around it. And so the options with that school district building are to sell it to a private entity, to hand it over or sell it to a stakeholder, another government entity, a nonprofit, or a Department of Education entity, or demolish it. Now I would like to start moving forward to upgrading the ADA in that pool and those locker rooms, and also upgrading the HVAC, because even if they do sell it to a private entity, they can get more money for it. It's more money for the taxpayers, more bang for the buck, because it is a taxpayer's building. It's, they're paid by us. And so a number of years ago, a public building was sold, and it was sold for $200,000, flipped for $250,000, and now it's listed for $900,000. And I don't want that happening with the pool. And if the county does take it over, some people have this vision that the county or city or a nonprofit would take it over as a community center, or even if it's just a nonprofit taking it over for, the gym and the pool, then we're that far ahead with ADA code and compliance and HVAC for healthy air quality. And it also strengthens the case that to demolish that building would be fiscally, environmentally, and socially extremely irresponsible by us taxpayers. So I'm hoping that, everybody's asking the commissioners for money. We all want money. I'm asking you for the green light to go ahead and start moving on ADA upgrades and HVAC upgrades, regardless of what happens to that building.
So sticking to adding to Jane's comment a moment, we do have some requests, just like you have resolutions to propose. And I'd like to kind of save them as much as we can till the end, because I don't want to lose sight of your request. But as far as the building goes, just to clarify and understand where you're at in that process. So school board owns the building. I get that. You feel like you can't make a decision, regarding the building until the best grant is voted on. What kind of timeline are we talking about? Do you agree with Jane that one of the options might be to sell to a private entity? What is,
I don't think those are questions that we can answer because we don't own the asset. It's not our decision. The building as a whole does not belong to us. We just use the space. So we can't, I don't think that we can answer those questions because it's not our asset.
You give up the lease on the pool?
I don't know.
So you have the pool's under lease, like.
Well, in IGA,
In IGA.
we don't
And that's
pay.
the next bullet point,
Yeah.
But just to clarify the property for a second.
Yeah.
So right now you're saying it's up for, they're gonna vote or
We don't,
there's a
we
best
don't,
grant.
it's that, I think that at best is speculation because it's not our asset. So we don't have the authority to tell them not to demo the building or not to sell the building because the pool is in that building. It's not our asset.
Right, I mean, it's a public building, but it's in the school, and there's the best grant process. So what is the process going on right now with the building? When is it?
I think you'd have to inquire with the school board because it's not our building.
It's
But-
not
It's
public.
uncertain, like you said, it's uncertain. God only
So
knows.
I mean, the timeline is, I mean, they can't begin construction until they pass a bond in November. So
If they go to a bond-
I mean,
if
these
they
are
go
all
to a bond,
ifs,
yeah.
but the fastest, my understanding is the fastest anything can happen is they get the best grant this year, June. They then rapidly start a campaign to pass a bond. They succeed in November to get the bond. Then they can start, finishing up the design work, hiring a contractor. That will go fast because the reason they're going so fast is they can phase with the people already on site at the elementary school.
With us, yeah.
But it's still going to take, a year to build, that new building. So I think the quickest they could be out of the building and be able to sell it would be, I mean, I hear 2022, 23, calendar year 23, they build probably the end of the 23, 24 school year. They would stay in the building through the end of, May 24.
That's their goal.
June 24, they can put the thing on the market or start making more clear disposition decisions. I mean,
There's not there's nothing that binds the county to the pool that would eliminate the school district's ability to demo the building with the pool.
Right.
The county does not have the authority over the pool through the IGA to limit them demolishing the building.
Yeah.
But on the other arm of things, so there's going to be a public vote in November.
We don't know that. That's if
They have to get the best grant first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because if they don't get the matching funds, they don't know how much they need to go to the voters for.
Okay, so best grant vote or best grant, I'm sorry, you'll know in June, or everyone will.
Well, the school board will know in June.
School board will know in June. And then they'll know if they need to go to the voters to require matching funds.
Yeah.
And if that fails, then it's back to the budget process.
Well, then I think it's back to the drawing board for the school district.
Back to the drawing board. Okay.
If it fails or if it passes, it's the start of a larger, more concrete direction of strategic planning for both the school district and the county.
Yeah, that
And-
makes sense.
Yeah, and again, let me be careful not speaking for the school district or school board, but I mean, in theory, I guess if they pass the bond, I mean, at that point, they're fairly certain they're going to build, they could start having quite concrete discussions about disposition at that point. But I think until they know that they have the funding through BEST and the bond, it's, kind of premature for them to be, I mean, they can't put it on the market.
Well, I have attended 4 or 5 school board meetings since August, and I asked them back in August, I asked them, what is your intention with this building? And they said they didn't respond. They're not like you in public participation. They just say, stick around, you'll hear. And anyway, every time I bring up the pool or they discuss the pool, they say, hey, that's the county. So, and I don't think the swimming pool is a county problem. I don't think it's a school district problem. I don't think it's a city of Leadville problem. It's an opportunity for us taxpayers. And we should be taking this opportunity. But if we're locked out of that space and can't upgrade it and improve it, we're not going to see a pool here for another 10, 12 years.
So let's talk about, obviously there are frustrated people, and part of my job as I see it today is to try to understand how the public is going to get awareness, and you need citizen engagement, and I see that, and people get complacent and sleepy, and you're going to need citizen support for all your decisions. So I'm trying to understand in a really, there's a lot of details here, and the devil's in the details. So exactly how we can help, where we can get involved, what's really going on. If you don't have the power to do things in certain areas, but there can be a public process or more visible process, even in other areas, that's where we want to just have the knowledge and get involved. So I'm trying to understand that. So that's the building, and that makes sense. Maybe I should finish with one final question on that. So I understand the bond, June, possible vote and engagement with the voters, November. The fate of the pool or the building we don't know yet. What parts of that are, just to clarify, are like public and visible, and what's not?
Well, I think the answer to that is at the school district. That's not within our purview.
So it's a question for the school district.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you meet with the school district, is that when the county commissioners have meetings with the school district, is that public or private?
They would be public, but we don't have anything planned with them.
Okay.
Because that initiative, the commissioners don't play a role in that initiative. They're a separate taxing entity.
Here's what we have talked about in preparing what we can, which would help us to respond with either outcome for the school, is that taking a facilities assessment of our entire facilities, because our entire assets, all of our assets are incorporated into the strategic planning, not just responding to whether or not we can and want to build a recreation center that might include a pool. So cost recovery, facility assessment and analysis, and engineering are all things that we would be doing in preparation to make better informed decisions upon whatever results might happen in November.
And when you say all facilities are, so I do have specific questions regarding, you have a record placement fund, and then you have in the public budget, and then you have recreation as a department. The jail Justice Center keeps coming, is actually in this document, the resolution, the draft document for resolutions for the Lake County Aquatic Center status. Is that because so are capital assets budgeted for separately?
No, they're in the county budget. They're in that whole budget that's online.
Right, but
so the Justice Center is
in capital assets its own department? Or is it still departmentalized?
It can be. Capital assets can be. They're broken out. We do have a fund for capital acquisitions, but the Justice Center project is budgeted within our general fund for 2022.
And I saw that. So $4 million has been set aside pending further decisions. And the only reason I would ask about the Justice Center is it keeps getting brought up in recreation by the county in recreation documents. And so I'm trying to understand, is it related to this department because
when we
public facility, and is it in the same department?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Kira. I apologize. When we develop the budget, recreation is included in our general operating budget because we have restrictions on what we can spend property tax money on. And so the county has made an investment into recreation because we do believe that recreation adds to the quality of life for our community, although we're not required to. So we have made that investment in our general fund, but there are other things within our general fund that we are required to budget by law, including the Justice Center. So those things are all grouped into that big general operating pot and pool of money, and it has to be distributed amongst multiple departments.
And the building, and I understand, the building is not considered a capital asset.
Well, it's not built yet.
I think the answer to your question is
The
that
school
It's not ours.
school building is not
Yeah.
included in our
No.
summary of assets.
Okay.
Correct. And the Justice Center is incorporated into this, as could be a number of other high priority items to illustrate the prioritization that we are going through.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
the needs that need to be met.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So just focusing, and then our focus is, I understand if there's, like, if there were to say, you know, we could talk about priorities all day long, but I agree with you, Commissioner Marcella, that recreation relates to quality of life, you know, and like the Justice Center is in a separate category as far as, so we're focused on recreation when we're involved with you guys.
Yeah, I just think it's really important to kind of understand how the money flow into recreation happens, right? Because the county has made that investment, and we make that investment as much as we can into our recreational facilities and programs. It's not a requirement that we do so. It's really common for recreation to fall under a municipality or through a separate taxing entity like a rec district. In other jurisdictions, it's not typically operated by a county government. But we have included that in our general operating expenses. And so I think the reason that the Justice Center keeps being brought up into these documents is because when we're outlining our budget and outlining our capital acquisitions and priorities, we have to be able to balance both. What we're required to do by law and what we want to do to provide quality of life. And so I think that's why those pieces keep getting married together. And it may not be intentional for it to come across as competing with recreation. Like, we're not taking away from recreation to provide for the Justice Center, but we have to be able to fit both of them in.
Right, and from our standpoint, while we're focused on recreation, quality of life, and the entire recreation department, really, I mean, and reviewing everything, I can see, you know, it's not just, it really brings into question, you know, process and capital repairs for all facilities and such, and grants and grant funding, and, you know, and how, you know, getting grant funding in one area might relieve pressure in another area, and that's actually good for everyone. So I get that but I have been confused by the Justice Center as a priority item when we're talking about recreation. No, I appreciate you saying that you do invest into, you know, recreation, because one of the concerns is the salaries are all remaining and probably, you know, just inflationary increases. But even post pool closing, it seems like, not the pool specific salaries, but it looks like most of the investment, just to clarify, I only see the $35,000 going into the rec replacement fund. But other than that, it's all salaries. It's not, and maybe some supplies, like minimal amounts of supplies. Has there been any, like, how do
You're talking about the cost savings and not operating?
No, I guess this is kind of leading to a bigger question. I haven't seen, you know, there's not an event, there's not an event planner, public events, and like, for instance, I analyzed Clear Creek counties. They're a similar size, they're like 1,000 people less than us, their budget. And, you know, there's a big investment to culture and recreation and things like that, you know, beyond salaries. Our investment beyond salaries, from what I can tell, is mostly $35,000 to the rec replacement fund. Is there, like, is that an accurate recap? It's mostly into wages and salaries, right? Has there been an investment into capital assets or repairs? There's none for the pool.
About just the recreation department?
Right, or there's zero for the pool for 2021. There's zero for the pool for 2022, whether there's remediation needed. There's no budget for what's to come. So, And then you're talking about cost recovery studies. So I guess overall, what's your priority when it comes to recreation, the recreation department, and then the pool? We haven't brought up the IGA yet, but it is the second bullet point on your agenda. So that kind of figures into there too. Like, what are you doing for the pool? And I guess all of recreation spend is, and then do you expect in any cost recovery, a pool or these public facilities under recreation to actually cash flow themselves like a private business?
That sure would be nice.
Right.
So the cost savings from ceasing operation of the pool would not be budgeted into 2022 because those cost savings were then reallocated to program improvements for 2021. So you're not going to see a direct correlation of 180 whatever thousands in the savings then allocated elsewhere in a 2022 budget. So the 2022 budget, we are looking at maybe not so many direct programming, but again, those facilities improvements and repair maintenance planning, as we would any assets, and have done assessments on assets like the roads. You know, in our housing conversation joint with the school district and the city last week, the top priority of the facilitator to request of every entity was to prioritize facility assessment and future needs, so that everybody was working apples to apples with future planning to prioritize strategic conversations and strategic planning. I think that maybe answers your question. And I also would just add to the aquatic center specifically, I like that there's no plan for that right now, because we are looking at open space, we are looking at other impacts, we are looking at other priorities. And personally, I would not paint my house when I know I have to replace the siding. It's just not responsible. We don't have the resources and the capacity even for anyone to manage a project like that. On top of then, as many people that I can imagine coming forward saying, why are you spending $4 million doing this when you may very well be looking at a brand new facility in the coming years?
Are you looking at yeah, that'd be great. I'd love it, but I don't see it happening.
Well, we
10 to 12 years.
don't, because we don't have the results and we don't have strategic planning complete, and neither do our partners, and that is necessary to make the decisions.
And if I can come back to the cost recovery question,
Go ahead.
I think that the intent of that cost recovery bullet wasn't that the pool has to pay for itself. We could make that, but my understanding is that's not really realistic. It's a pretty special case where a for-profit pool operates and fully covers it, but more just the financial sustainability. At least as one commissioner, I'd want to have a pretty clear sense of like, what do we think is it going to cover 10%, 50%, from revenue, and what has to come out of the annual operating budget, as a investment, subsidy of that recreation asset. So it's not that we know the answer, what's it that we don't know the answer to that. And before we put in millions of dollars plus, we sort of want to have an assessment of that. And that cost recovery is sort of I guess it's not fully part of the rec plan, but it's an element of analytical work going on in the rec department.
And $96,000 in the 2022 budget for professional services, is that for a cost recovery study?
So that I don't actually see where you see that in the 2022 budget, but I think that that's for the continuation of the master planning and the cost recovery work.
So that will cover cost recovery. Or I guess that's a question maybe you can't answer.
Yeah.
Or do you need to pass another? Because when I read the LCE proposal, I didn't see them listing a cost recovery plan in there.
In which one?
They gave it an ad
Oh, and amend it.
add value of a few things that we asked for, and we did not choose that from the SE group, but we'll be moving forward with a different group that we've had experience with and engaged with.
For the cost recovery piece. And what's their name?
110%.
110%.
Is that the accurate? Okay.
Yep. And they've been hired already for the cost recovery?
We have not executed
A formal
contract with them.
engagement.
Okay, awesome. On the back to the pool, this might be a good time to talk about, well, just one to respond to Jeff's comment and then talk about, you know, the IG just a little bit because it's on your list. So I did a little analysis, budget extraction of the, you know, pool revenue and expenses and percentages. And so Lake County's, you know, we've actually compared from 2010 to 2022, we're at a 23.4, I think, % growth rate in population. So if it was a private business, you would expect to see, you know, you can't go by expenses because it's inflation or even net income, net revenue, you know, the cash flow, but you could look at revenues, just top line usage, you know, tied to usage. So it's kind of interesting, but back in 2009 and then 10 and 11, revenue from the pool back when we were 24% smaller as a population, 1,000 less people, offset 61%, almost 62% in 2010 of its operating costs. And in 2011, it offset, you know, 60%. This is the highest. It's the highest, I think, in 2020, the 2020 report that the rec director put out, that it's the highest, you know, used facility in Lake County for recreation, or the highest usage. And we feel like has the most, you know, diverse impact across the population as far as socioeconomic advantages, you know, elderly, athletes, you know, just a large cross section of the population, as well as there's a large portion of the population that doesn't get to go on vacation in mud season, and so it gives them access. And I know you guys understand, you know, how wonderful it is to have a community place like that. So it used to perform better, I guess is what I'm saying, as far as revenues offsetting expenses. And then it trended downward, like surprisingly, almost by half, starting in, you know, it went from 60% to offsetting 48, 34, 32 by 2016, 31%. And and then annual increase year over year, that's where you would really expect to see some growth because of population growth. That's just in revenues, but it's like negative and all over the place. And I guess what I'm saying is that I'm more in the business of advising finances and business, a lot of analysis, running businesses, growing with people. So I agree with you. The pool, it looks like it used to do better back in 2010 and 11, and that just completely separate from costs. But we do feel like, you know, if the hours were consistent, if it was even open at lunchtime, for as much as it wasn't really available consistently in the programming when it was open, you know, and there might be various reasons for that. But we don't feel like it was used to its max, the potential the pool was ever maximized. So it's kind of a slippery slope. One of the bullet points that you surfaced in the resolution document was it's never cash flowed. And I don't think that and I think we all have the understanding, like to expect a public facility to cash flow like it's a private club is not the intent of a public facility. However, we do feel like it could do a lot better. I mean, it's sort of, you know, lifeguards and physiotherapists and trainers, and, you know, if we had health programs there. And I do want to say that we are definitely willing to look at analysis and operating plans and so forth, you know, going forward, and to be able to help you look at these things and see what put incentives in place and maximize the operations of the facilities. I don't even think the surface was scratched there.
Yeah.
So
I'll say, I mean, I don't disagree with that. And the intent of that bullet wasn't to like assert that as a cap on future performance, you know, or that we, you know, but just, you know, I think to assume that we're going to do better without some plan,
right.
You know, didn't seem prudent.
Right, no, I
So
totally agree.
yeah. And again, I don't think, again, you know, back to that cost recovery bullet, the fourth bullet, you know, it's not that we need it to, I mean, we don't have a threshold of like, oh, it's got to cover half its way, or we're not doing this. Like, there's no threshold that we've talked about or discussed, or, but more just that we want to know what that sort of, you know, that if we're going to put in significant money, that we're not then going to be in the same situation in 10 years where there's no big replacement fund. And, you know, it's, you know, we're sitting here having the same conversation in 10 years.
Absolutely. So I think there absolutely has to be accountability for running that pool, whatever entity were to do it. No one loves operating and running a pool in general. It is, it's a passion project in many ways. So I completely am empathetic with how much of a drain, no pun, but we have lots of them, it can be, you know, but we are here. What's frustrating for us, and I think that we have some ideas for you today, but what's frustrating is hearing we don't have the bandwidth or the time for analysis, or, you know, and the pool's always been a drag.
Or we don't talk about it like the open.
But we're here, we're willing to help, we're engaged, we want to be even more engaged, you know, citizen group. It's not just Jane and me and Jill, it's like, you know, there's a lot of professionals that are willing to get really professional about it. And so I think that regarding operating going forward, if we were to get to that point where that makes sense, and obviously there's a lot of things that would need to happen first, and some that I'd like to talk about. But, you know, we're here and we've got some good brains and skills to offer.
Yeah. Well, maybe I could add, I mean, so some of the other bullets, like, you know, so the 4 sub bullets are like the reasons no. But some of the others are, you know, things that we are doing or sort of commit to do. I mean, we are, you know, we don't have under contract and executed contract yet, but we have money in the budget to do the cost recovery plan in addition to the rec master plan. We'll be doing a broader facilities assessment plan. But I think also, you know, we have no intent to, you know, terminate the IGA with the school district. You know, we're not trying to get out of the pool. We'll obviously keep the structure safe and not have, you know, try not to have it deteriorate more. And I think we've been pretty transparent, like we've made the facility available for tours of vendors, you know, or inspections by vendors to keep getting more information. So, you know, we're not trying to like withhold information. I think everything we know is up on the website. Let's see what else was in there. I think those, yeah.
But let's talk about the second bullet point on here, the memorandum of understanding between Lake County School District and Lake County. Allows Lake County to operate and maintain the aquatic center, but does not obligate the county to do so. It may be terminated by either party at any time. Is memorandum of understanding what you're referring to as the IGA?
Yeah, that's a good point. That might be the wrong term. But whatever that agreement, whether it's an IGA or an MOU, it's a executed agreement. Intergovernmental agreement. Sorry.
So there's several. IGAs are pretty common. I definitely, the verbiage memorandum of understanding, I think we need to refer to documents like exactly as their title is, just so, because I was having a hard time tracing to attachments and things, like just because attachments are listed separately from the agenda on the website. But memorandum of understanding is the IGA, and it allows Lake County to operate and maintain the aquatic center. So it's actually the intention that, you know, that Lake County operate and maintain the aquatic center, but does not obligate the county to do so. and may be terminated by either party at either time, subject to the termination provisions. I'm not a lawyer, and I guess what I would suggest is let's not interpret the IGA on the circumstances, because I think that I just would argue with it with the interpretation. And I think IGAs are super important because I know you have several on the table in other areas. And to call, if you were to use that same verbiage with respect to other IGAs, like, you know, it's a memo of understanding. I feel like it could cause more tension than you want. So it's an IGA, and then just touching on that for a moment.
Do you mind if we defer to the county attorney to talk a little bit about the
Well, I was
IGA?
gonna say, I think Commissioner Fiedler, you know, mentioned what's in place now is an agreement, regardless of what it's called. It's an agreement, and the terms are what the terms are. And so, you know, I don't think, you know, that I agree that for clarity, perhaps if you develop a document to refer to it by its actual name, that helps. But I don't think referring to it as a member of understanding, if it's an IGA, that it changes the character of that document.
And it's just more for the public if they don't have, you know, so they know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
But to say that, so the IGA is important because it was in place before your time. This IGA is between the county and the school district, and it was granting the intent. It's the intent of the agreement. This is directly from the IGA. The county shall assume all costs associated with the operation, maintenance, and upkeep of the pool, and the school shall be relieved from the expenses except as otherwise, you know, expressed. And then it goes on and to talk about repairs to the pool. It talks about how the IGA may be terminated, and you know, and it talks about annual appropriation for the pool. So you're talking about, so I'm actually a little surprised, and I don't know if I'm speaking, I think for myself on this one, but why do you want to maintain, and this is an innocent question, why do you want to maintain this agreement that basically says you have an obligation under the intent of this document? It says the county's obligation under this agreement is subject to an annual appropriation made by the Board of County Commissioners. Again, this is before your time, but it was a 25-year IGA, and there's specific roles and obligations in there. So, and there's termination provisions if you choose to terminate. But why would you want to keep an active IGA and not fulfill the obligations under the IGA? Like, wouldn't you want to terminate?
Well, I think the way that I interpret the statement that you just read is that the IGA is in place subject to the annual appropriation by the county.
Mm-hmm.
So we haven't appropriated money for the facility in 2022. Therefore, we are not engaging in the IGA, quote unquote, because we haven't made an annual appropriation.
Well, it says that, so, or 2021.
So, well, I'm not sure what the minutia, like arguing
yeah,
the
I
minutia of
don't-
that is worth.
I'll just offer too. One of the reasons that kind of language is in there is because the Colorado Constitution requires that type of language when you have multi-year obligations. So that's
because we can't bind future boards.
Yeah, it's not a standard or requirement. It's subject, it's outlining a best case scenario of best intentions.
Yeah, so in the event sufficient funds shall not be appropriated to allow you guys to, the county to perform its obligations, then this agreement may be terminated by either party. So would you want the agreement with the obligations implied in it to survive?
I don't.
Just one commissioner, I mean, it doesn't seem worth the time and effort to terminate it because I mean, it's, if like, let's say 3 million, let's say everything got figured out here tomorrow, like it would be helpful to not have to renegotiate and re-sign this, you know, there's no advantage or benefit to terminating it. So, and having it there, I mean, again, it doesn't really mean, and if I could just add one other point, I mean, to my mind, the implicit point of the second bullet is also the school district can terminate this at any time.
Right.
So, you know,
want the pool.
whether they dispose of it or not, you know, so I don't think they would, you know, like if we put 2 million into it and got it running again, why, you know, they're not going to terminate it, but they have the complete legal right to do that.
They do. And so I just find it a little, I guess the reason we care is because the public has an interest in IGAs and then how those contractual agreements. Personally, from what I know of working around legal stuff and, you know, in a couple of law firms, but not being a lawyer, it looks pretty weak, you know, this IGA. So I think you have I think we all have every interest in it being rewritten. But I just wondered because the IGA wasn't, well, the rec planning meeting, you know, Jeff King was completely unaware when it existed. You know, when the public's made aware, and I believe Gina told me that the public had input into the process when this IGA came about, the rec director position came out of this agreement. And so it was sort of more part of the public process. And so that's why it does matter to the public on some level that this exists and that they can have faith in IGAs, because there's IGAs going on right now in other areas that the public feels it's reassuring that there's a contract. And if the contract doesn't mean anything, it's not reassuring.
So your IGAs that you're making right now with DOLA, with SCED.
But those are different. Those are actual contract documents. So when we get a grant from DOLA, we are under contract with the state to execute those agreements in that contract. And if we fail to meet the metrics of that contract, it's terminated. And that engagement is over. So it's not an intergovernmental agreement with us and the state. It's actually a contract. Yes.
I think this is a contract as well. It might not be super strong, but it's a contract.
Can you bind future boards to those contracts with DOLA? With DOLA? Nope.
There's always a
I was gonna say there will be language in there that allows either party to terminate based on what legal
annual
requirements,
appropriations,
such as annual appropriations or
from either party, from the state, the state legislature's appropriations or the county's appropriations.
Well, and I'll get out of the weeds. I was just saying that what confidence does that give people if we're putting in new IGAs when we're not sticking to our existing IGAs? So maybe we should name them something different.
The IGAs serve a variety of different purposes, and some of it is it's almost like having an extra blanket in your closet. You don't use it every day, but if a bad storm comes through, you might need that extra blanket. Instead of having to be reactive to situations where you might need an IGA, you put these type of agreements in place to have them there in case the circumstances come along that you need that mutual support, mutual understanding, mutual cooperation.
I think that's a really great way to frame that, Chris, because in our Office of Emergency Management, we have several IGAs with several municipalities or neighboring county governments or state agencies that we will be able to call on to provide us support should we need that assistance. But it's an agreement between two government entities that should these circumstances take place, we'll be able to call on them for support.
Right.
And if I could just come back, I mean, the existence and what's in the IGA isn't one of the milestones or clarity that we need to make the short-term investment. You know, so I mean, it's a thing that we can talk about, but it's not one of the sort of 4 areas that get in the way of us feeling confident in investing 2 to 3 million in a short-term fix.
Right. So I think I hear you. I just wanted your opinion on the IGA, really. I think everyone's been curious for a while now, and these issues have been floating around for a while.
I mean, yeah, to pursue, you know, it's a comfy blanket in my closet that I'm happier that it exists than that we don't have any written agreement with the school district or owner of the structure. Yeah. And I see no benefit in getting rid of it
Was this the main operating agreement for operating the pool for the county or for the school district? Like, is this it?
That's it.
Well, yeah, from 2004, from 1974 till 2003, the school district agreed to take care of it, but they could no longer run it in 2000.
But there is no other more detailed operating agreement. So the IGA, I guess, you know, the importance of it to us is it grants you the right to maintain and operate the highest usage facility in Lake County, or what was, and to, you know, make decisions about it and to budget. It assumes budgeting for capital repairs, and it assumes, you know, a lot of responsibility with it. So I think, you know, I understand your point of view, and I'm happy to, I'm glad to hear it. But I think that the public took that document at that time, from what I understand of the history, quite seriously. And so when it talked about annual appropriation, basically they're trying to make sure the pool is open to the public, and that when you read the document, which is easy, just a page and a half or something, that it's made available, it's going to be run well, and there's annual appropriation figures, and it's going to be 25 years. That was the intent of that document. So thank you for explaining your point of view on the IGA. Moving on, there was some other, let's see. Okay, the dollar amounts and, you know, the idea of a short-term fix, and Jill asked the question about, it's been thrown out there a few times, including in this meeting, the possibility of a brand new rec center. Where, as exciting as that sounds, like, it sounds like a much more expensive proposition than, you know, like when we say a couple million, just to clarify, you know, there's a ending budget without some $5 million grant that I don't quite understand, of about 12 million projected to end 2022. The 2022 budget total for the general fund, I believe, is about 12 million projected at the end of 2022. So, you know, in a brand new pool is like 10
and the 13
10 to 13.
Standalone.
A brand new rec center could be anywhere, you know, up to 15 to 30 million.
Sure.
So I'm not quite sure. So from our point of view, it's been argued, and many communities have wanted a pool. Crested Butte wanted a pool. And people have lost on that, you know, and pools can be problematic. But for whatever reason, we have this amazing gem, you know, that was probably because of our unique qualities of being at high altitude, and people saw it as, you know, they wanted a pool way back when. And if we fix it, you know, it's like, it becomes one of the coolest things ever for Leadville, because we honestly, like, our feasibility studies would tell you, population in your size, it's not, you know, you can always justify not having a pool. You can always justify, especially for our population of our size, not having a brand new rec center. That's a really hard thing to get to. So that information is already out there. So when we talk about a brand new rec center, I guess let's talk about the master planning process and what you expect to achieve out of the master planning process as far as actionable items go, and funding and such.
I guess I would respond to that by saying I wouldn't comment on that until we get, you know, finalize the master planning process and all the other factors and priorities of open space or these other uses and impacts. I don't know how else to say and illustrate all those priorities that weave into even just operating the pool. In one of your previous comments about, you know, the drop off of the revenue generation because it wasn't opened consistently. Well, that had to do with staffing and not having interested staff or not paying staff, and that might have had to do with housing. And so everything is connected, and we are trying to address all of them in the best order that we can to try to make the most impact as quickly as possible.
So that makes sense. We've heard that. So on the master planning process, because, you know, over $100,000 and another $96,000 is going in 2022 to professional services. What you've engaged people. So
So
in May, they're going to issue what, and then what are you expecting out of the process? And then why is a new rec center really a feasibility beyond a couple $1 million on the pool and a community center that way? Or what do you?
Well, I think just to clarify your point, we're not paying $200,000 for the master plan. So the money that was budgeted in 2022 is not in addition to what was budgeted in 2021. It's the remainder dollar of the contract that wasn't executed in 2021. So it's not like $196,000 total. So it's just the 100,000-ish total. But I think we have to look at long-term return on investment, and not having the information from the school district, not having the information about other county facilities for providing the best that we can for our community. Our job is to leave it in a better place than we got it, right? We didn't get it in a very good place. We have boilers in the courthouse that don't work. Our staff has been without heat for multiple days this week because our boilers have gone out. Those are millions of dollars of repairs that we inherited and that we have to fit into this budget as well. And so we're trying to take all of those things into consideration. And if it does come out of the master planning project that is a priority, then we take that information and we take that data and we develop a strategy to achieve that goal as a community. But there's too many moving pieces that we have to figure out between now and then to make an answer. And it's not fiscally responsible for millions of dollars into the pool building, not knowing the future of the building itself.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that that's an approach that we want to take, not knowing the future of a building that we don't own.
And I understand that sentiment. I think it's getting into the dollars of it in the sense, there's a lot of figures thrown around that commingle building repairs with pool repairs. And when you're really digging into it, like if you were to, we have preliminarily, but we'd really like, to roll up our sleeves and work with you. And obviously, I understand the building is in question and that's an issue. We don't want to waste our time either. So we want to be very effective for you, whether that's, helping with in all sorts of things. I don't think there's ever been a fundraising process. I'm not sure. I was going to ask about the status of grants. I was going to ask about the status of grants written for all of recreation, like for outdoor facilities, even if it takes pressure off other sides of recreation. I just haven't seen a lot of, there was a lot of county grants available during COVID. Some of those have gone, have passed already, but that's one of my questions is what kind of, there was no call, the only call to the public was to wait. And we waited and November came up and the master planners did their presentation and the pool wasn't even on the list. So that's when we kind of got, more concerned and more involved. And I think you need citizen involvement. I don't think it's a question as far as recreation, whether that pool, by anybody in this room, whether that pool was important to the quality of life of the community. And maybe that was because we didn't have other things, or we were leaning on that pool for, but if it's gone and then nothing was real, no huge plan has been made to improve the quality of life in other ways without it. So we're all in this waiting period. And of course, it's going to cause frustration and concern.
Now, we don't know if there's hope, because when you go on the website and it says permanently closed access to me, that it's off the table permanently. When you use those words, it doesn't, and then when you say, oh, well, maybe we have this agreement because we might get this money together, but that doesn't coincide with permanently closed.
And I totally hear on that. And the word, that word is maybe not the word that should be being used. And I hope this detail, gives you huge bunch more clarity on what we are thinking and that things haven't been taken off the table. So, I mean, I think it's like close.
People don't know if they should continue to have hope or if they should be
Well, I
like.
think it's, I don't think we should say that things have been changed. I think things, like, for me, things have been taken off the table in a year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year plan. This is off the table for me. And I am frustrated and semi-insulted about with the lack of understanding that it seems like keeps being presented to us with these questions in trying to improve the quality of life for the community, because that means more than recreation. It is everything. It encompasses everything. It encompasses housing, it encompasses human services, it encompasses wraparound services, the Justice Center and the preventative services. So I see that clearly that message and that understanding, I don't know how for us to better communicate that. And clearly it doesn't sink in. And I
But that's
think
more clarity than let's hold this on this agreement because maybe we'll get some money for the pool. I think it's more clarity for you to say, hey, for me, it's off the table for the next 5 years. Just say that to
I mean,
us.
it's
I think don't give us this, oh, maybe, like, hey, kids, you want to go to Disneyland? Yeah, but we're not going because we don't have money.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Hey, kids, you want to go? That's what it feels like to me.
Yeah.
A new rec center, is it, so I think we are hearing different things. So from Commissioner Mudge, we're hearing she might be semi-insulted because we're not, we're being a little tone deaf about the Justice Center or these other departments. We're not government specialists. We are a citizen group focused on the pool and are willing to look at the recreation department. But I will tell you, like, there's no salaries involved so far, and it's a lot to ask of a citizen group that's focused on recreation, or just now broadening the recreation because we understand, how that works. I think it would be inappropriate for us to be able to consider. You can see the detail that we've looked at, and not even the detail on vendor proposals and timelines and how, general contractors and what it would be to manage the project to go, professionally and to help with that, which we are capable of doing. But yeah, to ask the citizen group, or there's no need to be offended that we can't look at the nitty gritty of all that you guys take on. I understand you have other agendas and priorities, but I do think that the way that this works is that us as a citizen group focused on recreation are offering you our professional assistance in a lot of ways. We have a few requests for you as well. And if recreation and the aquatic center and whatever, honoring the IGA and annual appropriations so that we just have a budget to work with, that things like that are not a priority. I think Jill is right. We need to hear that clearly. And, if that's going to be a decision that you guys make, then that's clear enough. But I don't think that that's really what the message that you're trying to get. And partly, I don't think that that's really what you're trying to say to us, because you have some resolutions in here and some of them are quite exciting. So why don't we go to your resolutions and just be as, if you're all in agreement with what Commissioner Mudge said, that, I think we do need to hear that clearly, like just if the answer is a no as far as working with us. But I would then like to give you what we can do and have a few requests for you, and let's see if we can work together
Okay.
on recreation.
So first of all, the answer is not no about working with you.
Yay.
I don't know. I just don't know where that ever came from. That is not what she said. She put a timeline on when these 4 conditions might be met, and that we would consider, the, short-term investment. We can have different, naively optimistic views of when we might meet those conditions or not, and it's not a promise that when those 4 conditions are met, we're going to suddenly dump, $3 or $10 million into this facility. It's that until these are met, we don't know even what we're putting money into. So, my slight difference with Commissioner Mudge might just be how optimistic I am on how many years it will take to be able to, meet these conditions and move forward. I think it could happen sooner than 5 years, but I think that's pretty realistic to say that we're in the 2 to 5 year period. Early in this discussion, we talked about, we don't even know from the school district, who owns the building, until, probably the end of the 23-24 school year. I mean, that's just a fact.
Building, the fire station takes, we could decide to build today a new rec center and it would take 4 years to do that.
4?
It would take 4 years.
Yeah.
To do that. Right. I mean, if we had no other projects happening, it might take 4 years to do that. But we do have other projects happening. We have other projects happening, and then we have to house them and man them and figure out then where the budgets and revenues lie. And I want to offer quickly too, before we get too far down the hole, like I think something where the PV Swims group could participate and assist in is if we take any next steps to pursuing any kind of ballot initiative for recreation or for forest management or rec planning or rec management. I think it would be a great opportunity to utilize the group to advocate for something like that, that would supplant the necessary funds to look at something. I mean, for example, like Chaffee County in like forest health and management and recreation impacts and management. And while it does not necessarily, I mean, we don't know what that looks like yet. We haven't made a decision to do that, but we are exploring that as a possibility. And I think that could be something that could, we could engage folks with in as soon as this year.
Well, when we've offered our assistance to try to engage citizens along the lines of ballot initiatives, if that were to come up, but of course need an overall understanding of funding, and that that we've maximized all sources for funding as well, like grants, and have where we can get assist in that way. Yes, we're a citizen group, so that's a great use of a citizen group, and I have talked to. We have advisors that have gone that route before, and I think that would be great to work together with you on that level. But we require a lot of more involvement and understanding of the nitty gritty, so that we, if you want more understanding, we need to be involved so that we can understand. So, so this is great. Thank you so much again for this discussion, because I kind of sense that we don't know what we don't know. Yeah. And so I really appreciate you educating us as well. So on the, getting back to the,
I'm just going to take
I have a question. Was the board aware of the school's plans to shut down the school and bulldoze the school when you guys decided to stop maintaining the pool?
I mean, I was on the school board when that master plan was written, so I was generally aware that at some point the school intended to move out of that building and consolidate into one campus on the West Park.
Did that have anything to do with any of your decision to not maintain the pool 2 years ago?
So just for clarity, we'd maintained the pool up to that point, and then there were catastrophic failures at that point where we tried, and Amber, you can correct me if I'm wrong, where we reached out to vendors to assist us with stopping the water leaking out of the pool. And as soon as the remedy was complete and the pool was refilled, the leak continued, and so the failure of the fix happened right away. It didn't save us any time to band-aid that to keep it open. And so at that point, we made the decision that it was more of a risk for the county to operate the pool, not knowing where the water was going into and if it was contaminating other groundwater, and not meeting CDPHE standards. That was a much higher risk for us than to continue to Band-Aid the facility.
Was it in the back of your minds that the school is gonna bulldoze this building? We don't wanna.
We don't know that the
But
school
we
is gonna
We didn't-
bulldoze the building.
Yeah, we still don't know what their plan is for the building if they decide to put it out to a private or public entity.
Was there
But I
anything
think,
you
I mean,
wanna-
that, sorry.
Go ahead.
I mean, that uncertain disposition of the building was certainly in my mind on the decision whether to put 3 million into the short-term repairs. You know, because to put that much money into something that I don't own and I don't know what the current owner is going to do with it doesn't seem super prudent.
Right. And 3 million includes a lot, building, there's ADA issues that could have one source of funding, while, other things could have a different source of funding, so.
But, whether it's 1 or 3, I mean, it's not 10K.
Yeah,
right.
So it was a
Right.
significant, project
Well, I
to get the pool up and running in its current configuration.
To add to your point about multiple funding sources, we have, reached out to other funders, to DOLA, with Mineral Impact, to Get Outdoors Colorado, to GOCO for other county facilities. And the answer is generally, if it's maintenance, if it's general operating maintenance and repair, and repairs that need to happen over time, those are not covered through grant dollars. So those are circumstances and situations that are assumed by the owner of the facility. So like the courthouse boiler repairs are not eligible for grant funding from DOLA because that is a county responsibility to maintain the facility. And it hasn't been appropriately budgeted for replacement. And so we've inherited that. And so now we need to figure out how to build that within our budget.
And do you feel like the board has had the bandwidth to pursue all grant opportunities? Like, for instance, there's this, the GOCO.
We can't find enough grant dollars.
Yeah.
It's not worth our resources and the human resources to even go after that right now with the other projects that are overlying and the other, usually a lot of those grants are, we kind of draw from the same sources for grant funding to do these projects.
Mm-hmm.
And so with multiple projects and priorities, it's not.
And we have,
so you don't have the bandwidth to go after.
well, and we have asked other
It's not worth it.
funders outside of like DOLA or rec specific groups, Climax, Community Investment Fund, or whatever that might be. And even around facilities planning. And the answer is always the same, that is your responsibility as an organization to maintain and plan for repair. And that's out of the purview of any kind of grant
And I think
dollar.
indoor facilities are particularly challenging right now. I guess I'm asking, even when I look at all of rec, like, we know one of us just getting the $350,000 grant from GOCO to renovate ball fields. Is there anything from grants coming into the rec department through COVID?
Not right now.
I mean, in that whole round or in the last 2 years, has anything been applied for and received?
Well, the county as a whole is the recipient of GOCO funds, I believe. I mean, like Get Outdoors Leadville is largely funded through that, the gear library. So
Those are millions of
happening.
dollars of
Could-
funds that we have. Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to add something. Because to me, we haven't talked about it much. The third sub bullet on the sort of list of milestones and conditions for clarity is really important to me personally, which is, even if we owned the site and even if we had 3 million just like sitting in a, let's say we had been saving up 3 million over the last 10 years and it was sitting there, I still am not quite comfortable dumping that into fixing the current configuration of the pool until I know it. And is that then what we're going to operate for 20 years? Or are we going to go for a slightly bumped out version as like one of the configurations of the plan? Are we going to go for, a new, greenfield rec center? I don't think that's like super realistic or would take a lot longer time-wise. So, you know, I am uncomfortable putting 2 or 3 million into a fix in a facility when you don't know what it's phasing into.
Or should you?
Great.
So that those master planners that we're paying $100,000 for, hopefully they will have the answer.
They will have recommendations that you know, and you know, an idea of what the community sees as most important that we
In regards
will.
to holistic approach to it.
Yeah, you know.
So it's not specific to the facility itself.
Well,
So I do hope they have an idea of like, you know, is the, you know, is the community like completely fine with the current configuration? Do they want to go for broke with a standalone rec center, you know, or something, you know, there to, you know, multiple things in between those two extremes. You know, I hope to learn a lot from that report on, you know, what is, you know, what is most important to the community, and then we know what we're phasing towards.
Right, and then I gotta finish my comment when I agreed with you, when you said you're uncomfortable putting 3 million into, you know, question mark. So I agree, and citizens should be uncomfortable putting 30 million into a new rec center with a question mark, you know, and not, and also the same question mark on the pool. Like, I think that's a question mark for everyone. But I guess personally, as someone who has, and also, you know, Stephanie, who read that letter into the record, she's a civil engineer. I used to CFO for 2 different construction companies in my past life, and have managed, you know, a couple different like projects like an asphalt plant or build out of 2 different headquarters. So it was, my experience comes from Brandon Sand and Gravel on the construction side and Rocky Mountain Excavating. So I've worked around construction and the funding, and I absolutely think we should, so 3 million to me as just a solid price tag to throw out is confusing because it has building and pool, you know, but I get it. We have to think about some figure. But yeah, overall, I'd love to dig in, create a financial model for the build out and, you know, look at it in both different ways, do a cost analysis of the, you know, of the new rec center, as well as repair on this one, finish getting some vendor proposals that are, you know, look really promising. And then to Jeff's point, work with you on like, yeah, but it's on, you know, we need to have the proper structure and actually be able to really inform your decision-making by having a full plan in place. And I don't know how you could make the decision without having a full plan information as well as timeline and all the vendors. And then, you know, there's a way these things are done. So I wouldn't expect you to make a decision. What we would like is to go ahead to finish up getting some vendor proposals and start doing this analysis. And yet, you know, we're in the same boat. We don't want to waste our time either if the fate of the building is in question. So I guess the question for you is we have a few requests or a few questions, and one to finish real quickly on your master plan, your thought on the master plan. I think, you know, it's supposed to be issued in May, is that correct?
It says by no later than May, but I don't know if that means May 1st or May 31st.
Okay, so preliminary indications from surveys, from the survey open house, you know, PB Swim sent out, we know it's the highest used, it was the highest used asset in the county. Preliminary indications are, and consistently, but surveys by the newspaper, are that it's a very high priority as far as recreation goes to the citizens. I think we would be shocked if, you know, like we have preliminary indications. I guess but we have zero planning for what to do when, you know, and there's been no funding allocations and such. So we're a little concerned that you're going to get the feedback that kind of everyone expects, word on the street expects, you know, which is that, yeah, the pool's a priority and everyone's heartbroken that the pool closed. Do you have any planning for if it comes back that the pool is a priority? Is there any, like, what would the next step be?
So the steps would be to get a feasibilities assessment done countywide, wait for the vote in November for the school district to start strategic planning with partners, and then talk I don't think we could even have or give you a green light to even engage or decide what that engagement is until next year, honestly.
So will decisions, it's kind of a chicken or an egg question. So does the master plan, if we have concerns because, you know, like they weren't even, it just looked like at the open house, it just said pool closed. And it had but like, how are you as a board informing the master plan process to make sure that they weigh all vendor proposals and the feasibility and stuff? Like, are they actually going into the detail that I mentioned to see like the cost analysis of the current versus, are they using just the information that from the whole building analysis, or how is it working?
Do you mean to project capital projects? New projects with the rec
Like a fix of the
center?
pool versus a new rec center. Do they have all the information they need regarding?
They,
No, I don't, they're not weighing those options.
it's not, we're not doing that.
No, the
I'm not
master,
entertaining that.
the master
It's in the
plan,
resolution, so it's not like.
the master
I just
planning,
don't understand how
the master
else to,
planning
like,
process
illustrate the priorities.
is looking
Wait, so
at the
is
rec
taking
center.
the pool off the table or on the table? I'm completely confused.
It's off too.
Yeah, I think it's off.
You should just say it's off and just like say it.
It's not a yes, no
Say that
question.
that it's not.
It's really confusing. I think you are begging for clarity. You're just begging for it.
There's no way we could.
Resolutions.
I don't know how to,
think Commissioner Fiedler said that he won't even consider it until these are met, which hit at least at the earliest in November timeline. I think that the reality of investing millions of dollars for a fix and/or planning won't be met until we complete the Justice Center and address some other critical priorities, which is probably a couple-year time frame at least. Like it's off the table this year for any kind of fix. And I thought that was clearly communicated.
Planning takes place, we could have been, you know, planning to really inform your decision-making should have taken, you know, that's like a long process.
We've done that. Yeah.
Well, we're going through the master planning process that encompasses the rec department as a whole right now.
Right.
And then from that, you take the high priorities and then we'll develop the next phase of that strategic plan.
and sorry.
No, go ahead. So
Well-
if the aquatic center is a priority out of that plan, then we look at where the county's total plans are and how that fits into our total plans. Our overall strategic plan, because it's all the same funding source, right? So so like the pool budget isn't a budget that's built strictly off pool revenues. It's subsidized through property tax. The boiler repairs in the courthouse are subsidized through property tax. The floor at the 6th Street Gym is repaired through the property tax. All of those things that are included in our general fund come through some form of property tax subsidization.
The 6th Street Gym is a county building?
Yes.
Yes.
Why is it so hard to even get an appointment?
Huck Finn is a county facility. Dutch Henry is a county facility. Ski Cooper is a county. We have a leasing partnership. Yeah. So our money is stretched. We are really, really, really stretched. And so in order for us to move forward with the Justice Center project, we also have to have a contingency with this building because this building will still need to be maintained in tandem with a new facility and in tandem with the 6th Street Gym and the county shops and Dutch Henry and all these things, right? So it's not like the money that is dedicated, that we had dedicated or allocated to the pool budget, just because it's not directly in that line item anymore, doesn't mean that it's not going to something else, right? So it doesn't mean that it's just disappeared and it's there for us to plug back in, right? Or it's just kind of a plug and play initiative, you know? And to your point, Kara, about the fund balance in the general fund, that has taken years to build that fund balance in order for us to come to the table with a good standing for a creditor for the Justice Center project through a certificate of participation. we have to have that money available. We've put millions of dollars away in order to go through the process of project management and design and architecture and schematics and the legal process to acquire property and the environmental aspects of the property. You know, but all that to say that that $12 million isn't there just to be in the bank. That money has to also be able to be utilized if the federal government shuts down and we have to cover the cost of food stamps for individuals that are on public benefits. That money has to be available if there's a catastrophic failure in one of our facilities. That money has to be available if there's a wildfire and hundreds of homes and families are displaced. Those responsibilities fall to the county, and we have to plan. And this has to fit into that plan. And I think that we can safely say amongst the three of us, it doesn't fit into the plan right now until we have more information about long-term planning on facilities that we don't own, on long-term planning about county programs and human services, and the complete product of the recreation master plan. And to your point, a dive into those numbers. You know, the decline in the use, was the decline in the use because more people are shifting to outdoor recreation? Or is it because people that use the facility don't live here any longer? Or is it because, yeah, so.
It's hard to get people to work there because.
Right. And so.
I mean, we didn't mean to exhaust you. I think we just came to you because we have a passion, obviously.
Yeah.
And we want to know what to do with our energy.
No,
I can see this, I can see us replacing that pool. And I can see it happening in 2 years. I guess we're gonna have to work with this school. It is our building. Even, you know, we pay for it. So I truly think that audit said pretty much a replacement, and 4 of the 6 options, it would last 30 to 50 years. So that's not even a short-term fix. So if the Good Ferry dropped $5 million in our lap today, could we proceed? Could I look into upgrading ADA in that building?
You know, because we don't have answers. We will have more answers November. And then it's not even planning for building a pool even if it's a rec center, but that November means and starts other puzzle pieces moving of like the schools consolidating on a campus. The county is going to seriously consider and doing all these steps to better inform that conversation of, do we consolidate to LC? What could LCIS be? Not just an aquatic center, not just a pool. Where do we take the library, take the 6th Street gym, take the offices in this building and put them in there, offer office space for the advocates, or dispatch space? Well, dispatch is going to be in the Justice Center, but various different. So it's a bigger master plan and not just the aquatic center.
Well, that was my point on the question of all this big moving parts. When you guys shut down the pool, that does the school district a big favor, because they go, oh, the school district, we can't use this building, we need to build a new one. And that was the point of my question about how aware were you of the school district's machinations to consolidate over there, and how much help it would be to hold the pool hostage?
Well, we're not, I don't think we are interested in getting in any partner's way in having to work through the same strategic planning for the community. And it's all a community asset. The school district, what benefits the school district will benefit the county, and vice versa.
And so was the closure of the pool to benefit the county and the school?
No, we answered your question.
But the principal of the school came when we met at the aquatic center, and she said they liked having the pool. They used it for.
Everybody likes having the pool.
They liked it because they didn't have to pay for running it.
I think that Jeff could answer that for you, but according to the documentation that I've seen from the school district, I don't believe that don't believe that the pool has any bearing on
Okay,
them
okay,
moving
that's
or
what-
not.
No, and
Could
they
be-
do, they say it is the county's responsibility. I've been to 5 meetings. They say
Yeah.
it's the
Everybody's
county's
like,
problem.
But
So
but
the
they own
county's
it.
telling us, no,
Yeah,
if we
they
go
own
to
it.
the school and say, hey,
But it's
can I
the
get
county.
ADA upgrades and stuff?
No.
They say, no.
We'd be happy to, we are happy to consider how to move forward operating when we know what the status of the ownership and of the
Right,
building
that makes
is.
sense.
Yeah.
Right,
So-
and that's great. If I could recap just for
Sure,
a second.
yeah, if you want to get through your questions and requests.
Well, yeah, so, sorry. Okay, so some of your resolution, so what I'm hearing, and I don't want to, and this is, I think is where some of our disconnect is the master plan could come out. It could clearly shout out recreational priorities. There's a chance the pool is at the top of the list, as you know. It's been kind of shown to be in the papers and things like that. But even if that were to happen, there are other priorities currently in the county and according to the county board of commissioners. And so as far as the state of recreation, what you're saying is that, and especially from what I'm hearing from Commissioner Mudge, is it's not, I think I'm hearing two different things, but what I'm hearing is that the key word is long-term, or 2 words, but long-term. This is in your resolutions here that says, that shall, as a part of the PROS master plan, identify a long-term goal specifically for the aquatic facilities. So the master plan can come out, it can identify priorities, pool could be top of the list, but it's going to come down to the county to determine the priorities, the budget priorities. And this is where citizens, I would suspect, because, you know, in public positions, that citizens need to be more involved and say, you know, like when Commissioner Mudge said the Justice Center is a quality of life, you know, improvement, and maintaining all facilities, you know, whether we're talking about the fire station or the Justice Center or, you know, all these other facilities, your position is those are quality of life. And then you're going to have citizens that say that is not my quality of life, or, you know, in Lake County or whatever. And so there's going to be lots of agreeing to disagree, but priorities are still going to be decided even after recreational priorities are decided. So that's the real issue. And I feel like we need to keep citizens and the public involved. And especially, you know, it's hard to wrangle 5 or 6 or 8 of us cantankerous level souls. Like, you know, you've got a big job to wrangle 300, you know, and bring 8,000 into supporting your priorities. And so I do want to work with, you know, we do want to work with you to multitask and make decisions that make, you know, so that satisfy the community as well as your the agendas that, you know, should be our agendas too. So I get that. I guess some of the things that we would ask on your resolutions, you had some good ones, which that the aquatic center shall be a part of the master plan, and shall, as part of the PROS master plan, identify long-term goals specifically for the Lake County aquatic facilities. I think that it should analyze long-term and short-term possibilities, and I think that we could help finish getting some proposals and you know, outlining what we think might be long and short-term options, and possibly bring those to light with the master planners and just for them to consider, chicken or egg thing. And the other, but I'm glad to hear that you would make that part of the master planning process. It's expensive and, you know, I think it needs to be fruitful. So you're not going to undertake short-term repairs. We've talked about that, and I get that until there's more clarity, but the master plan process may not address, you know, a construction timeline and all the details that go into that. So I guess the question for you is, how can we get involved and most helpful to make sure that that's considered?
So the master planning process will not consider a construction timeline for an aquatic center. And I I don't want that to be confused with what the master planning process is going to do, right? So it's going to take a holistic approach to recreation as a whole, but we're not going to leave the master planning process with like construction documents or a timeline of what it looks like to construct an indoor recreational facility. But if that priority emerges from the master planning process, as Commissioner Mudge said, then our next steps are to look at a facilities planning where we take into consideration all of our facilities and then how to best, I don't know what you'd say,
I mean, we're preparing to
allocate
respond.
money,
Yeah.
right? Allocate money in response to all of the facilities.
Yeah, and sorry, if I could just add on, I mean, like sort of channeling experience from the school master plan, it doesn't say like exactly what year each thing's gonna happen. It puts them in order.
Priority
So it's
order.
like the bus barn, you know, a new bus barn that fits modern buses is like number 8. So the bus barn people just gotta deal with their current bus barn for a long time, and they know that. 8 years, 20 years, we don't know. But they are not at the top of the list.
Yeah.
And they are hopefully dealing with that. You know, and that to me, at least, I mean, is what's going to come out of the rec master plan is an order in which we're going to try to tackle stuff that meets the community's desires. It's not a promise about what year any of those things can happen, because we just can't promise that.
Yeah, it's like a big giant survey, big giant community survey. So
It's more than that, because it is actually like, I mean, at least from the school master plan, like it was like, you know, we are going to build a new elementary school, like, you know, that's going to serve, you know, this population, like, you know, so it's not like a general survey of who cares about what. It was like pretty specific about like, we're going to knock down the old West Park and build a new one. Then we're going to knock down LCIS and move over to the new elementary school. You know, so it's pretty clear. And there's some rough, very rough budget numbers and very rough timelines attached to those, but not promises of, you know, money has been allocated for these things to happen in any specific year. That's not what a master plan is. It's an order of priorities of specific next big investments.
I think if you look at like the school district plan, like Federico Field was included in that, and there were several different amenities included in that. So it wasn't specific to one thing, and it definitely didn't say that you had to move the school like West Park out of West Park within 2 years, or it would be a catastrophic failure. Like it said, here's all the things that go into consideration to make this the #1 priority. And we think that you should move on it quickly, but we're not going to leave the master planning process with like construction documents and a timeline and all these.
Did I hear correctly? Did the recreation master plan vendor get changed?
No.
Okay, what
We engaged with the SE group for the master planning process. We asked all of the participants in the RFP for the master planning process to come to the master planning with different add-on abilities for their contract to include cost recovery. And we chose a different vendor to go to with cost recovery.
Okay, so 100,000 to SE group, it's coming out of their 100,000 into the.
No, that was the contract for the planning and some of the add-on options that we wanted to, we did not, we chose to go with a different vendor to meet our.
And what is the grand total on that?
I don't know what the cost recovery, what's the cost recovery, Amber? Is it 18?
So 120 grand.
117.
So I think, thank you for clarification on the master plan. Thanks for clarifying, you know, that there's competing or priorities competing hard against rec right now. I think PB Swims, to Jill's point, a really good answer for us to be, you know, what can we do? How can we get involved and things like that? I think it is I have no idea how this works, but can we request representation on the rec board to, you know, so that we can get more involved in your grant process. Part of the reason for the rec board is in the charter, you know, is to go for grants. And also, so we have a little bit more visibility, so we don't have to have 2-hour meetings requesting clarification of everything, and that we can then turn around and, you know, get information accurately to citizens. And I think that that would help engage citizens. And we have some strengths that might help better inform decision making. You know, like I think that some of the problems I've seen is just it's hard to take action when you don't have, you know, when you're not completely, don't have all the information that you need to make a solid decision, and it would make that go faster, possibly. But, you know, we need to learn a lot too. We haven't been represented on the board. That's one.
You're always welcome to join the rec advisory board, and when those seats are up, you can always submit a letter of interest to serve on them.
Is there an upcoming seat that is opening up?
I think maybe at the end of this year, but I don't recall all those terms.
Usually up around November.
Okay. Would we contact Kevin?
Yeah, you can talk to
express
Amber
interest?
and Kevin. Yep. And attend the meetings. Yep. But that doesn't give you a.
There will be a notice in the paper as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I guess my advice is, I mean, at least for me personally, like the big, you know, biggest hang up is I don't know where, like, again, let's say we put in the, you know, 2 million or whatever to get the thing running again. Like, what is the, you know, what is going to be in the rec master plan on, like, what does the pool look like in 10 years? You know, is it current?
Yeah.
Is it like current with like a little bump out for a kiddie pool? Is it a greenfield new thing? Like, I think helping get us the best answer to that question, you know, in the rec master plan and shortly there, you know, and you know, so helping us channel the community, you know, in terms of where we want this to be will help the short-term decision, because I can't make the short-term decision until I know what I'm phasing into.
How do we best inform the master plan process in that manner? How do we interact? I mean, I think that's been an ongoing question, because we do have,
I think the same way, sorry, with all the other opportunities for public engagement with that, but I'm most excited coming out of the master plan and various other planning, which we've mentioned. We have.
Can you turn your sound on? Jeff needs to go.
Yeah.
I apologize. I did not realize this meeting started at 1 o'clock and would go so late, but I have to pick up my daughter from the base of Dutch Henry. I have been informed of that.
There's another need.
Right.
We still don't know, and we still don't know exactly, like, it's a chicken or egg thing. So we are interested in being on the rec advisory board and having more visibility into all the issues there. But I would have no idea where to start to inform the master planning process by completing vendor proposals, or, you know, if we were to have an operating plan, would that even be entertained? What's the best use of our time and engagement? You know, overall, more visibility. You know, the citizens were a little surprised at that November meeting with the pool's a closed issue. After this meeting, you know, it sounds like it could be decided whether it's long or short term. So after the master plan stuff comes out, the pool was closed without being open to a public process on that. So I think we could really help by working together and getting more involved. So how do we do that? I think you can just continue to be engaged with Tim, with the county manager. Sorry, I didn't mean to catch you off guard. I think it would be really great for you guys to continue to be engaged with Tim. He'll be able to keep you in the loop as far as the process with the master planning, the next steps with the master planning, and then kind of where PD Swims fits into the master planning process. But I think it's going to be a little while before we get to that point, right? So I don't think that we're looking for you to come back to us with like a vendor recommendation or an RFP or an RFQ or something for a long-term indoor recreational facility, to go out to bid, for us to put plans together for an indoor rec facility. I don't think we're at that point yet. I think that we still have too many statutorily required things of us to consider at this point, that we're not there where we can focus our energy on that right now. And I think that if you do keep in contact with the county manager and the rec department, they'll be able to direct you in the right direction when we are ready for that. But I think, trying to get the project management and the design schematics and those kinds of things off the ground for the Justice Center, and finishing, closing on the property purchase and those kinds of things are really just consuming our time and energy right now. And we have to do that. We have to do that. We don't have an option.
Yeah.
The next step is that the state is going to come in and tell us that they're going to leverage however many property taxes it takes to build a jail, and we won't have a say. And then we won't have the opportunity to build a rec facility to fit it in until that's done.
Well,
right?
And the rec master plan isn't for nothing, right? Like, I'm very excited about that being complete, and then the facilities assessment being complete, and then continuing to work and utilize and leverage state funding for wildfire, and to work with Trust for Public Lands to figure out just what it is. And the rec master plan will tell us like what programming, and therefore what buildings, and when there's a vote on the school and we know where that is, like, then what are some of the other options that open up with each kind of milestone met? And so it's not that we're not preparing to make those decisions. We're not near a point to say, okay, what's the design of the pool that we would want to include in the rec center? Because we don't know if the rec center is even a rec center, one that includes a pool or not. Most likely that would be the request. Or if it's like rec center courthouse, right? Like we could be talking about consolidating all of the county properties and repurposing those for that one site. And so all of these things that we are doing, going through, even like then the priority-based budgeting and continuing to work through that department by department of like figuring out just what is necessary and what actually elevates the quality of life and improves our services across the board. It's a constant process. And so I guess I will say, unless we figure out how, and if there is something that we would want to propose as a ballot measure for any kind of revenue generation, and that is like, that may be this year, we may not even decide to do that, but that in my head is the next opportunity for engagement with the group to advocate for that, whatever it may be, honestly, so that any of that revenue generated could help supplant the general operating funds across the county, so that then we can like have some breathing room to focus on the next priority and meet all these other needs.
So I guess what I personally want to get an initiative going on the ballot for just the pool. Say I want to get, sales tax measure where 2 cents, 2 cents for every dollar spent on a hot dog goes to the pool.
Yeah, we want to be the blanket in the closet.
Yeah, what's the timeline? Or say I want real estate transfer tax program.
Real estate transfer tax has been a moratorium on that statewide since '92, I think.
Okay,
and
so
there's
in 2018, they said that documentary fees could be 0.02%.
right. There's a new
But
right.
now we're just taking in 0.01% or 0.01 on every $100. So
And you
this
think
last
that
year we took in 27,000, where we could have taken in close to 37,000. But all that money does go to the general fund, and we're all grabbing for that money.
Right.
But anyway, so that wouldn't even have to be a ballot initiative. But if we wanted to work on a ballot initiative, whether it's a rec district, if that's what's they recommend, and that's shoot, that's 5 to 10 years off because those take time. Or if it's a sales tax increase. Do you know, Cynthia, when we'd have to get that into the clerk to get it on the ballot? Or do you have to, does the Board of Commissioners approve that kind of thing before it goes to the ballot?
There's a September deadline and I can't recall who needs to approve that.
I'm not sure either.
It's the Colorado Secretary of State would have that or, okay.
I hear Jane, I'm a little more broadly focused in that I always want to know what we don't know about the entire world of ballot initiatives. So, and as well as the recreation priorities, and also putting something together so that this isn't a constant problem and, we're doing it responsibly for, recreation in Lake County for long term. It's a big ask of the voters and the citizens, especially at this point. They're feeling, I feel like there's some apathy out there and such. So the more we know, the better, the more clarification, the better. And you've got some really level-headed people to work with. So I'd like to be involved in that and to learn more about, how it all works. And I see the pressure that I see on your face, the pressure that the Justice Center represents. I'd love to, understand a bit more, but I do feel like for my volunteer bandwidth and activity, you've got someone that's really passionate. I chose Leadville over other places because they're full. I personally had a double spinal fusion, so I was one of those. And I chose here because I felt like I needed a pool where I lived. So, but we're all pretty much past the tiers and ready to activate to help, help in any way we can. September, November, it's coming up quick. It takes a lot to organize on, volunteers and professional services that are done on, in-kind basis. And it's there's plenty of other communities who've had citizen groups like ours work with county commissioners when they don't have the bandwidth, like what you're saying. We don't want to hear that anymore. We want to hear, that's what we're here for. We could be such an asset. So use us. We're guessing as to rec advisory board. We're guessing as to ballot initiatives. But the first time that we're going to be helpful is not hopping in September and November into a ballot initiative without being involved and understanding all the issues along the way.
I think my initial gut reaction to a ballot initiative is like, obviously anybody has the ability to bring forth a proposal for a ballot initiative. I don't know the process of bringing forth a ballot initiative. I would just really, really caution the group to make sure that you have a plan with a ballot initiative, because
we just saw what happened.
I just would feel, I just feel like it would be really hard for a ballot initiative to pass, not knowing the fate of that building, and not knowing the fate of, if you were to pass a ballot initiative, would that tie the county to putting a rec facility as a top priority above other facility needs. And so I would just be very cognizant about the potential fallout from something like that.
I'm responding to Sarah's verbiage around ballot initiatives. At this time, we're not wanting to go off solo and start our own ballot initiative at this time. I mean, we're discovering a lot in this meeting. We would prefer to work with you and understand the master planning process and work, if we were to work on a ballot initiative, we want to work with the commissioners. We want to be helpful. So I guess this is the last time I'm going to say that before we get some clear answers on what is the best place for us? How can we work together on recreation? And especially when that master plan comes out. I think that, I guess overall I'm asking in a nutshell, and I'm sorry I'm not very concise sometimes.
It's okay.
Asking for it to be a public process. It felt really bad for that pool to be shut without a public process involved. Then the original IGA, there was the public involved. I think we can really all come together and start to work together. And I think it would just really help the commissioners as well.
Well, and I think to be fair, we've heard that feedback multiple times in multiple avenues about our public relations and increasing our public relations and our public information that's available and how we communicate public information. So, so we have taken that feedback in, and we are working actively internally to better that process, and that's part of Tim's role as well. As we continue to go through the process of transformation internally, we'll be better externally. But we've got to work through that transition process a little more. I mean, he's only been with us for 3 months, so we're still in the infancy stages of the transition, but we've got to continue to go through that. So once we're better internally, we'll be better externally as well. And it's just going to take a little bit of time for us to go through some of those growing pains. But we are cognizant of that, and we are aware well of that. And so we will be better.
I appreciate that. And we'll reach out to Tim.
Yeah, absolutely. I would just encourage you to make sure to keep an open line of communication with him. He'll be able to answer your questions. He'll be able to point you to the next public meeting, to the next public participating event, or anything like that. So just making sure that line of communication is open.
For sure. Well, thank you for meeting with us today. I know
it's okay.
I really appreciate your time.
And we apologize for the long agenda today. We just sometimes land use applications get a little tricky with communications and how we can and can't communicate as a board to make decisions. So we appreciate your time.
We hope you think that we heard you too.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, it takes years to get a handle on all the county operations, so you don't know what you don't know is everybody's kind of position, right? And there's no easy way to download like it all, right? And even to understand it within the context. I see Judge Seamus sitting behind you, and I remember when he invited me to sobriety court. I would go to sobriety court. Wow. Go to sobriety court one Friday morning.
To listen.
It is quite entertaining. It is, sorry, that might be an insensitive word. I mean, entertaining. It is enlightening. It is enlightening as to all the
issues are huge, for everyone, the local citizens, and some of these things are definitely worth. I'm comfortable agreeing to disagree. I'm comfortable having a healthy debate over the issues. And so, I really appreciate that. It's bigger than me and Jane and Joe, and it's bigger than you guys, but I appreciate you willing to really talk through the details, and I look forward to more discussions.
And I just, just to kind of close things up before we adjourn this evening, we are dedicated to leaving it in a better place than we got it. And that means that the planning is complete so that another board doesn't come in and that they don't have a plan to follow, or that they don't have some guidelines to follow or some recommendations to follow. When we assumed this role, we didn't have anything, except for years past in budget where, we asked for new windows, and that's been 12 years ago. And so when the snow comes in through the clerk's office windows in the wintertime, we weren't given a plan to replace those. We are on a mission to make sure that it's in a place where it's better than what we received as a board. And that's just a holistic view and a holistic approach. So we have to manage fitting all of that in,
I think you did a good job explaining how big it is of this responsibility that you have.
Good. That's great to hear.
Yeah, we do appreciate your time, and thank you for being so patient with us today. We appreciate it. Thanks, Cindy.
Did I have this stuff? I don't know.
What is it?
I have no.
Oh, we're not done with it.
Thank you. Okay, thanks you guys.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Yeah, you too. All right, so moving on, we have a Veterans Service Officer report for January 2022 and bills and payroll for pay period ending February 11, 2022.
I move to approve. Sorry. I move to approve the Veteran Service officer report for January 22 and the bills and payroll for pay period ending February 11th, 2022.
Second.
Okay, I have no further comment.
All right, now we're doing all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Is there anything else before we adjourn this meeting? No? Okay.
Okay, I'll end the recording at 5:54
Thank
p.m.
you.